I will be off and on throughout the day because of other obligations, but I plan to listen as much as I can.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
We'll get started here in just a second. To get Dave in here. Thank you for joining, Mayor Brown.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And just going to be here to listen and learn.
Good. Should I have more sitting down there? Or pretty low?
It's right here.
That's not my stuff.
I'll start sharing now.
Yeah. Let's see here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I believe any of our elected officials that are online have already been introduced. Is that correct? Oh, not yet. Okay. We would like to do that fairly early, but I think Dana is conducting this, so we'll let us know how we can provide the technical support on the meeting. We wish you could be here in person.
Oh, yes. Me too. Me too.
Our traffic and our projects and our PR work a little bit closer up. Wayne Gaither of FDOT is on his way. He said he was stuck in traffic. And let's see, I see Mayor Gene Brown is on something, and I'm trying to see who else. This is a good way to do it for us. Amanda Carpenter from the statewide Metropolitan Planning Organization Advisory Council is online, and Donna Green from the Florida Department of Transportation Office of Policy Planning Director is online, and we can follow the agenda, and I turn it over to you, Dana.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Let's see, I'm looking at who's on the call here. First, I'd like to say that I really wish I could be there in person, but unfortunately that did not work out. So maybe in the future I'll get a chance to get down there and visit everyone and see firsthand all the good things in the town. So good morning, everyone. We're getting ready to start the site visit of the Sarasota Manatee MPO, and I appreciate everyone coming to attend today. And first, thank you to Dave and the MPO, and I am Dana Knox with the Federal Highway Administration Florida Division, and would like to begin by mentioning that for my portion of this meeting, there will not be a presentation. So I hope we can have a lot of good discussion. And I won't just be reading from a PowerPoint. So, and looks like I don't have any other federal highway members on at the moment. Our plan is to have Abby Domond. She will be joining, as well as from FTA, we will have Brandon Oliver. And Brandon, I don't see him on the line either. Let's see. See. Nope, I do not see him, but we will continue on. And then, of course, we've already had introductions from FDOT, Amanda Carpenter, Executive Director of the MPOAC, Dave, do you want to go around the room and introduce everyone in that room, and then we can go back to the online folks and see who.
Certainly.
Okay.
Well, I'm Dave Hutchinson, Executive Director of the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization. And we have here Pamela Barr from Florida Department of Transportation, our liaison from District 1 in person. And then the rest of us here are the MPO staff. And I'm going to start with Nina Venter, and go ahead and introduce yourself and we'll go around.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Nina Fetcher. I'm Senior Planner here at the MPO.
Rachel McLean, Fiscal Analyst.
David Machado, Fiscal Manager.
Ryan Brown, Deputy Director, Planning Manager of the MPO. Glad you're all here today.
Nanette Eubanks, Assistant Clerk to the Board of the MPO.
Nick Chiavini, Transportation Planner.
Varshini Renikunta, Multimodal Planner at the MPO.
And Grace Sagowski, Public Involvement Coordinator.
And then I'm going to jump in real quick. I'm attending online. I'm Lindsay Heinrich. I'm the Executive Assistant at the MPO. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. All right, and then we have Amanda, you're online, I see.
I'm Amanda, the Executive Director for the MPOAC.
Great, welcome. And Donna?
Good morning. I am Donna Green, and I am the statewide MPO administrator here at the Florida Department of Transportation.
Great, and Jean Brown?
Yes,
like to
good morning,
introduce
everyone.
yourself?
Jean Brown, member MPO, obviously in Sarasota Manatee, past chair, current vice chair, and also on the MPOAC board liaison for our area. So thank you.
Welcome. Glad you could make it. Great, I think that covers anyone. Did I miss anybody? I don't see anyone else. Okay, so thank you for joining us today. I do really appreciate it. And so why are we here? So today's meeting is the site visit portion of the federal certification review for the transportation management area of Bradenton, Sarasota, Venice. Federal Highways planners have a joint responsibility with the FTA to conduct TMA certification reviews every 4 years. So the certification review is a joint process with FTA. We conduct the review together. So let's get started with our agenda overview. Let's see, we're on site visit overview, but yep, we can leave it right there. It's fine. Since we've already done our introductions, next we'll move on to the site visit overview and discuss our, let's see, previous review findings, and then the MPO overview, MPO activities, and then we're going to have a short break, come back and discuss our technical topics. And our technical topics are to discuss any remaining questions that we have from the responses that we received from the questionnaire. We sent out a questionnaire as part of our desk review in the initial part of the review process, and the MPO provided responses back. And so we just have follow-up questions from the responses that were received. And then we'll have a short breakout session where the federal review team will discuss our preliminary findings, and then we'll get back together with the MPO and have a brief discussion on the preliminary findings, just our initial thoughts. There won't be any It won't be in great detail, just some initial thoughts that we have. Then we'll break for lunch, and actually we'll have a long break since we've changed our schedule to be virtual this time. So break for lunch, and then we'll return back at 4 o'clock for the public meeting that will be from 4 until 5. And then we'll adjourn the site visit at 5 o'clock. Okay, so let's see. So I did. Just gotta keep up with my notes. And generally, we do have more than one person to conduct these, so it might be a little challenging here to get through all this on my own here. And hopefully, Abby will show up eventually. We've had some bad weather here today.
I'm here.
Oh, there she is. Hey, would you like to
Hello.
introduce yourself really quickly?
Hi, everyone. My name is Abby. I am supporting the planning team today. I'm the Pathways intern. Um, it's very nice to meet you, and so sorry I was late. I'm
Oh,
here.
thanks. Glad you could make it. And Abby, we've already done introductions and I just did a brief overview of the agenda. So we're just gonna I'm gonna jump right in here now to the site visit overview and talk about the purpose of why we're here. So that's where we are in the agenda.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so are there any questions at this point before we get started?
I think so.
No,
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so we're on the site visit overview and the purpose of the certification process. So why are we here again? One of the things we have is every 4 years, federal law requires the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Administration to certify the planning process in a TMA. And TMAs are urbanized areas with populations over 200,000. And this area is comprised of the Sarasota Manatee MPO. So today we are here conducting part of the site visit for the location here in Bradenton, Sarasota. And the review actually takes place in several different parts. It's comprised first of a desk audit, which has already been completed. We've already done that piece where we look at several of the major plans that the MPO developed, such as your long range plan, which is that visioning document, the Transportation Improvement Program, which is that short-term plan, and your Unified Planning Work Program, which is for short UPWP, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with that term. And maybe some of your other documents we look at public involvement plan and some of the different studies that you're doing. And then we conduct the site visit. And after this site visit, we will take all of our notes and our information that we receive from our discussion with the MPO and committee members and public comments that we received this afternoon. And then we will comprise that and put that into a final report of our observations and findings from the certification. And what the certification does is it establishes that the MPO's planning process follows law and follows the different requirements that they have to do for the next 4 years. So it occurs every 4 years. Okay, so next is a discussion of the risk assessment. So as part of the certification review and the desk audit, we follow a risk-based review. And so what does a risk-based review look like? It focuses on specific areas where the TMA has the greatest risk for noncompliance, and it does not attempt to cover every planning topic in every review. So an essential piece of conducting a risk-based type review is identifying the risks, both the threats and opportunities for risk. And the objective of a certification review is to determine how the TMA planning partners are addressing federal law and regulations, including assessing the progress on your prior federal actions from 4 years ago, when this same site review was conducted. And so when conducting a risk-based review, the federal review team assesses the risks involved with meeting this objective and focuses on the topics that will have the greatest impact. So again, not every topic is reviewed in detail. And the assessment provides an external view of the TMA's transportation planning process. And so it's important to note that this site visit, we don't want to think of it as, we're here to point fingers. We really want to see this we see it as a good opportunity to collaborate. We can, talk about what's working, what's not working, what do you need help with, what are some, do you have training issues that you need from us or FDOT, and just kind of let's see where you want to be in the future. What do you maybe what you don't want to look like in the future too. And part of what FHW focuses on is that 3C, planning process where you it's a continuing, comprehensive, and cooperative. That's the 3Cs. And it's designed to engage the public and stakeholders in establishing your shared goals and that vision for your community. And I think that's really what, as an MPO that, you really find important is, how can you get that vision of your community established and understand what they need to have a really great place to live. Okay, so that's how we conduct our risk assessment. And then let's see. So for the review schedule and closeout process, so where we are today is we have completed the risk assessment that I just spoke about, a desk audit, and have identified those key topics to include as having the greatest impact. And those topics are part of today's agenda as our technical topics. And they are the Unified Planning Work Program, which short is UPWP, the Congestion Management Process, also known as the CMP, and the Long Range Transportation Plan, which is short LRTP. And for the LRTP, we focused on the financial plan and fiscal constraint, as well as transit, and they should be here later. And we always include a review topic for transit, and it's never eliminated. So it's always included. It's not part of that risk-based approach. Okay, let's see. I have one more thought on this. Okay. Did not. Okay. All right. So the next steps following today's site visit will include development of a final report to be completed by the end of December and the closeout presentation where we present the overall findings and the end of January, early February, depending on schedules. So following this morning's discussion, there will be an opportunity for the public to provide some comments from 4 to 5 today. And also I did want to mention Carlos Gonzalez, because he actually, he's your normal contact person for this TMA. So I am filling in his shoes because he decided to take the resignation offer, and so he is not in the office any longer. So just wanted to recognize him for all his great work that he did on this and getting it started and working with you guys. All right, let's see. Okay, so that was our okay, so where are we now? Previous review findings. Okay, so looks like we are doing good with our schedule. And let's go over to our previous findings. Let me see, how may pull up my.
And if you need to share a screen, we can facilitate that.
Oh, okay, I'm good, thank you. I don't think I am supposed to be sharing anything. You just have to listen to me talk today. Let's see. I just have some notes on your previous findings that I have. Okay. Okay, so part of our questionnaire that was submitted asked you for the status of the previous review findings. And I don't know if you had, yeah, you don't have anything. So we're on the right screen. Yes, okay. So one of the questions was a recommendation from 2021. Oh, there's Brandon. Hang on just a moment. On this meeting. I think Brandon is on the wrong meeting.
People join.
Yeah, I think he clicked on Teams.
Okay, hang on just a second. Let me see if I can get him into the correct meeting.
I got you. I'll send him the
You
link.
got it? Thank you. Yeah, tell him it's in the link I sent him yesterday.
There we go.
Okay, we'll keep going. Okay, so from 2021, the Federal Review Team recommended that the MPO included a definition of the term other arterials with an explanation of the funding and types of projects which are included in the LRTP. And that was part of the topic area of LRTP financial plan fiscal constraint. There was one reference to the term, quote, other arterials. And I think that there was just some clarification needed on what other arterials meant, and the MPO indicated that it's equivalent to, quote, other roads. So as a follow-up question, it looks like you plan to recognize that what the comment was recommending, and so I just had a follow-up question of, will the 2050 LRTP use other arterials or other roads? And if you don't know, you can get back to me.
No, and thank you for bringing that up. And yes, we agree. So, that program was at the time in the 2045 was developed to create our partnership program with FDOT. And that's a fund code that's with the department. And to a degree, we're allowed to work in consultation with the department to use up to 10% of that fund to fund major roadway projects. If you notice, the projects that were only funded by other arterials, other roadways, were basically capacity projects, road widenings, things that were in support of the state system. At this point, the upcoming 2050 will use other roads and other arterial is not a term I think they use at this point. It's OR is the fund code. So other roads is what will be identified in the upcoming long range plan. Similarly, we won't be using that for the majority of MPO priorities. That's typically focusing on any capacity improvements that work in concert with what the state's doing on their major arterials as well as the interstate system. So hopefully that will be clarified and will be cleared up in the 2050 edits.
Okay, great. And what is the date for publishing the 2050?
It will go to our board in October to be adopted, and I think our actual date is October 26th, but it will be before that. Yeah. That's the date we're required to have the LRTP submitted by.
Yeah, so the board meeting is the 20th.
Yeah.
And the 26th, which is a Sunday, was the date back in 2019.
Okay.
Or 20.
Great, thank you. Okay, and then the next question recommendation from the 2021 was the Federal Review Team recommends the MPO incorporate the page number of the LRTP where each TIP project is located. And then your response was that MPO works closely with FDOT to ensure planning consistency. And then went on to say that then TIP included a general page number in the description. So I get a follow-up question on this one is, can you walk me through how do you know the TIP is in line with the LRTP? What steps do you take to ensure that?
Certainly. So, for us, obviously the process starts with our project priority process. Projects are applied for by our local agencies. Those are then submitted and transmitted to the department and then considered into the tentative work program. Ultimately, those that pass the budget process end up in the TIP. So we do work closely with the department to make sure that they are aligned with our priority list. Our priorities are what are outlined in our long range plan, and we're in this update of the LRTP will be even more concise in terms of the projects that are considered eligible. There are, in some cases, projects that were, moved forward that were longstanding projects that might have not been explicitly labeled in the 2045 that might have existed from the 2040 that have more general numbers. Anything in the cost feasible plan will have a specific page number referencing that. So there are, in some cases, which were notified, and Carlos, we worked with them, that some projects ended up with, federal money on them that should have had federal money on them that we didn't work with the department to correct. But that process does start, all the way from project priorities through the TIP, and then into making sure that we have consistency on each project. So in our current TIP, it should have a LRTP page number that references the specific project. Or a program that is identified in the LRTP that matches that TIP project.
Okay, and do you do any type of data compare, like where you're comparing data to data between the two, or is it just a visual, you're looking at hard copies and hard copy to hard copy? Can you tell me a little more about that?
Yeah, and that's something that we've requested the department and they continue to do for us. We do request annually when these things come in, summary of changes. They used to call them add, defer, deletes, but now summary of changes that basically explain that exactly what you're asking is what happened between, say, a tentative and an adopted work program, as well as what goes into the TIP. So we do comparisons annually to see what changed. If something that was impacted directly to an MPO program, so SU dollars, TA dollars, we request to know exactly what was changed and if it's aligned with our projects that are outlined in the LRTP. So we're also working on a study, our regional investment analysis, that's taking it a step further and looking at the last 10 years that evaluates exactly what happened on a number of major MPO projects, and evaluating exactly the financial track record, essentially, to make sure that things are aligned, and that we're spending our money in the appropriate places.
And I would add that we have an interactive tip online that is connected to the extent possible with the FDOT work program digital files that are provided that feeds that interactive tip. So when changes occur, we definitely try to track them, and it provides a link to the work program process that is more than visual. It is a data oriented process, and that's being refined to tie into our prioritization tool and other data sources so that there's consistency throughout the process.
So are you looking more at the total amounts that are matching, or do you look line by line?
Line by line, because it's the only way that we can tell what funding codes have been used. So, historically, even if the total doesn't change, we want to ensure that sometimes, the department does fund swaps and things like that. We want to make sure that, say, for example, a project originally had SU dollars that were allocated to our region, and the state steps in and uses this dedicated revenue. The total might not change, but the funding source and how it impacts our bottom line does change. So we do track that line by line.
Thank you for that response. Right. Then let's see, there was a correction action that was addressed in 2022 to demonstrate fiscal constraint for the LRTP. So no further action is needed on that. And did you have any concerns with that corrective action from 2021?
No, that was an issue that we had resolved early in the process, you know, prior to the report out. And it was clear that we worked with our consulting team to clarify, you know, exactly that was related to the first 5 years of the LRTP, and they wanted to see a direct line to the tip as the first 5 years, and it's the same methodology we're following in this 2050 update as well. So that should not be an issue in the upcoming long range plan.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, so did you have anything else to add on the previous review findings? Those are the only questions that I had for follow-up. Did the state have any comments or questions as well?
No, I don't think so. I would add, we've got a piece later on. I know if we have some questions about the EPWP, David included some information, but we do appreciate having our annual reviews and certifications. I think it makes this process a little simpler. We get into the federal review every 4. We do ours annually with the state. And, you know, good to report the last, at least since I've been here in the last at least 3 or 4 years, we've had determined very low risk, you know, 100% consistency with our financial reporting, as well as some of our major planning documents that the state reviews. That process has gone well in the last several years, and it's one I think is valuable on an annual basis that we continue to work on.
Good.
You know, we like to, you know, try to implement a 3C process, and it is, for people who aren't involved in this, I suspect that it seems like those 3 C's stand for complicated, you know, convoluted and conflicting, but you know, we do try to make it you know, comprehensive and cooperative and continuing.
Yeah, well, you know, and it seems complicated sometimes, but you know, it's all with that. We could add a 4C and make it community, because really that's what it's about, is that community. So yeah, so it's all worth it, right? All that complication. Did you have any comments on the previous certifications or anything to add before we move forward? Okay, well, Abby,
I would leave that up to our
okay.
D1 liaisons who are in the room with Sarasota Manatee.
Yes. What did you need, Donna?
Do you have any comments on the joint certification that just took place with Sarasota?
They stated it as it was. It was very low risk. They had gone through the proper stuff for their certification, and they're always timely with everything that they present to me, that we can go ahead and get through things on schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I will turn it over to Abby, who will kick us off on our MPO review section, and take it away, Abby.
Hi everyone. So you can go on the next slide if there's a next slide.
Yeah, we're working on it. 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you. There we go. Okay.
Okay. I've seen that you guys have numbers. This is great.
Yeah.
We wanted to inquire about what are the changes that happened since the last cert in demographics, boundaries, political changes, or process changes. So I guess I will leave the mic to y'all.
Sure. We pulled together a few things that we think of that might be of interest related to, you know, how we've changed in the last 4 years. You know, one of the major being our apportionment plan process, when we do, you know, every decade with the census. And you'll see a lot of information about our growth. I think that's one of the underpinnings of what we're dealing with in this region. Is it's unlike, I would say, most places in the country. We're dealing with, you know, large scale growth, and we're having to adapt our plans to that process. So Varshini is going to cover a few slides for you related to some of the things that have changed in the last few years. And then we'll happily take any further questions you have about this process. So thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you. I am Varshini Renikunda, multimodal planner with the Sarasota Manatee MPO, and I'm going to quickly give you an overview of the demographic.
Not too quickly.
Oh, sure, yeah. So as of 2023, the regional population was somewhere around 878,000, with nearly even distribution between both Sarasota and Manatee County. And by 2050, it is forecasted that the regional population is going to grow by around 45% and putting us close to 1.27 million by 2050. So again, the growth between the two counties is almost evenly distributed, with Sarasota County being at 643,000 and Manatee County being at 632,000. And then how are we getting there? So by 2050, there's obviously growth, but then the growth is diminishing growth. So we're growing at a decreasing level. And so the SE data that we projected for 2050 considers the Bieber medium, so which is between the Bieber high and Bieber low. So all our projections for housing, for employment, for population, they all mostly consider the Bieber medium. And then where is the growth going? So by 2050, it is expected that most of the growth would be concentrated in the northeast of Manatee County and southeast of Sarasota County, which is the east side of I-75. And so it's projected that way because the west of I-75 is mostly occupied and there's minimal potential for growth unless if there's any redevelopment or so. So this is a map for the housing units. Since the population is projected to grow eastwards, I think the housing would also grow likewise. So it's mostly northeast of Manatee and southeast of Sarasota County. So how did we do this the socioeconomic data forecast? So this time around, the MPO used a consultant to develop these data projections, and the data was projected at a TAZ level, which is the traffic analysis zones. So the baseline for the data, we used the current data. So it was 2021 data. And there was a lot of collaboration with the local jurisdictions on developing the baseline and using the Bieber projections and their IR projection tools. The 2050 socioeconomic data was developed. And then the MPO coordinates with District 1 travel demand modeling every 5 years to develop a regional travel demand model. So this is a quick process of how the demand modeling works at the district level. So first we collect the baseline data and then develop socioeconomic data projections for 2050, which is the base year data development. And then there's data validation. So since the data is collected at a regional level, all of the data would be sent to the local jurisdictions, the counties, and district liaisons for their validation. And after the validation, the 2050 modeling is done at a regional level in coordination with the MPOs. And then based on the 2050 data forecasts, the districts develops an existing and committed network, which is basically using our 5 years of work program data from 2023 to 2028, which gives us existing and committed network for the region. And based on the E+C and using the 2050 SE data, the district kind of develops EC deficiencies, which is after all the development until 2028, which networks are deficient based on their capacity. So based on those EC deficiencies, the MPO works with the district at multiple phases, and we develop 6 alternates to overcome those deficiencies, which are called alternate development process. And then the final alternate, which is 6, is mostly the cost feasible network, which improves the deficiencies and makes the network more reliable. Another thing that we did from last certification, federal certification update from 2021 was the functional class update. So basically, this process is undertaken once every 10 years. I don't know if you can see. So it's updated once every 10 years, and this process classifies the functionality of regional mobility, and then it reflects what all changes were made in the past 10 years, and then this process involves extensive collaboration with regional agencies, with the jurisdictions, and with the district. And then it supports the planning process, funding, eligibility, and then systems performance. So this basically categorizes and updates the categories of the regional network. And
Sure. Similarly, as Varshini just mentioned, that was part of our apportionment plan process, was updating the functional class, but also one of the major portions of that plan was to reevaluate our political structure to make sure that we were still aligned. We did an evaluation internally of that process and determined that our growth was fairly representative region-wide. Our growth is occurring widespread and not in any one particular region. So it was determined that we continue to support our existing political structure. That's 16 elected officials as well as one representative non-voting member from the department. So we maintained a 17-member board, as well as, you can see to the right there, our strategy. We did incorporate a few new committees and groups to evaluate more specific topics within our region. Prior to 2021, we did not have a TSM&O group or a Destination Zero advisory group. Those both are directed at intelligent transportation systems and using local staff and local knowledge to improve our ITS network. And then Destination Zero is our safety implementation group. So safety professionals throughout the region, including law enforcement, the Department of Health, et cetera. That group gives us input and directs their experience and knowledge to our more uniform and kind of previously identified committees, the Technical Advisory and the Citizens Advisory Committee. Throughout the whole process, obviously, it involves an in-depth feedback from the public, and then that information is passed along to our governing board based on outcomes from our committees and groups.
And that process, was submitted through the Florida Department of Transportation to the governor's office, and the retention of the previous apportionment plan, the existing apportionment plan, was approved by the governor.
Yep, and that was done and followed the same process. I think it was almost a 3-year process from start to finish on that. And then, it was completed and submitted to the department, which I think was then transmitted to federal ethics. So that's, I think, all we have so far on the overview. Anybody online?
I think one of the changes that we may want to note here, given the transit focus on, is that one of the changes that we did was that we moved in the PTTF from a standalone meeting. We incorporated it into our board meeting to allow for more of the board members and the public to hear the information that was being provided by the PTTF. I just wanted to note that.
And that's the Public Transportation Task Force for Dana and the rest of the team. Okay, and that's in our best practices as well.
Can you tell me a little more about that? The PTTF?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. The PTTF is our Public Transportation Task Force. It's one of the only ones, I think, in the state that allows our transit agencies to present quarterly at minimum at our board meetings. Prior, and this was a change that Mayor Brown had brought about and requested that it got in front of our entire board rather than a set group of board members, to ensure that we were discussing regional transit issues at a publicly noticed meeting that could provide updates. So they provide service changes, information from the previous quarter, so ridership data, as well as any other upcoming major initiatives that they're going to undertake. So that occurs at the beginning of each of our board meetings, and allows them to provide, simply updates on the transit process. It's something that's been very well received, and I think it has allowed our board members to maintain good knowledge and working knowledge of our transit process in the region.
And to request
And do you have some information on your website on the PTTF?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, and
Okay,
we
I'll
can
find it.
certainly forward that information to you as well.
Okay, yeah, I can check it out. I can look it up. And who makes up that group?
At this point, it is our entire board. Prior,
Okay.
it was a set group of board members that were volunteering. Essentially, it was the chair and the vice chair, were the representatives on the PTTF. Now it goes in front of our entire board. Those that present are typically the transit planning managers are typically the ones from each agency that present that information to our board.
Second here.
Yeah, take time.
Okay.
Ryan and Dana, this is Mayor Brown. We were having a hard time, getting people to show up at 8 o'clock. So when I became chairman year before, I just felt like, how can we engage more people? And obviously public transportation in both counties is a very difficult thing to talk about in the way things are done, because, we're so spread out. We're not New York City where you can get to it easily. And I just felt like how we could get more board members engaged. So we just started a little earlier, and I think it's been very well received. And in both counties, seem to understand a little bit more. And now we're having enough people to have a quorum, because it's part of our initial meeting instead of never having a quorum, because it was hard for people to travel from both counties for 8 o'clock. So I think it's worked out well, and it was just, I got lucky. So, timing is everything, and it worked out well.
So what time do you have it if you don't have it at 8?
It used to start at 8, and then, but now we start, when we start our board meeting at 9:30.
At 9:30, okay.
But now we started at 9 o'clock and go through that. And, normally that meeting's, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, David and Ryan, about 30 to 45 minutes, and the board seems very engaged now.
Yeah, that's great. That was a great to consider others in that 8 o'clock time frame. So yeah, that's really good. Okay, I will look for that.
It goes back, that task force goes back, going on 15 years, because the, transit agencies are operated separately, but there are some shared routes. There's a lot of collaboration and coordination, and the two agencies, as you'll hear later in the technical discussion, do try to make access to the system as seamless as possible to the public. It's still a little bit complicated if you have to go north to get south and things like that. So this provided a mechanism for the MPO to conduct a forum where some much less formal discussion could take place between the two agencies, with involvement from elected officials from all of the regional jurisdictions. And it did prove effective in resolving some potential issues before they became issues over the years, and it provided an additional opportunity for public comment. And now that that's folded into our regular MPO board meetings, we think it's become even more effective, as Mayor Brown pointed out.
Yeah, and you've said that the quarterly presentation is comprised of service changes, upcoming major initiatives, updates of the transit process. Is there anything else I'm missing?
Just typically ridership is also another major one. If there's any fluxes in ridership, those are the main highlights.
Services.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And before we move on to process change, can we go back for a minute to talk about some of the explosion in the growth? What do you think is driving that growth? Is it I know it's in one of these slides, but do you think it's I don't know about the term, but snowbirds increasing?
It used to be, right? I think.
Else?
But post-COVID was really when we saw this trend, right? Florida has always been, at least since the 80s, it's been a growth state. But post-COVID, looser restrictions, freedom to kind of do what you wanted, that allowed for a massive growth. We are also one that didn't, we're one of the counties that didn't have a hard eastern boundary. It's not like Pinellas or Broward or Miami-Dade that is limited by land area. And it was cheap, right? I think that's the third component, right? Back, pre-COVID, it's cheap to buy a home in Florida relative to the rest of the nation, and that spurred a lot of growth. As Farshini pointed out, we do note that it is probably moving at an increasing but a decreasing scale. I don't think we're going to see trends like we saw. We were seeing 30,000 people a year move to this region post-COVID. I don't think that's going to be the case for the next 25 years. But a number of great things, that about the area, right, is that you have beaches, you have great year-round weather, all kind of drive the growth. And you can look up and down. It's not just our two counties. You can look up specifically the west coast of Florida has experienced tremendous growth. And it's one thing that's, I think, the challenging part of the transportation process is dealing with that growth and limited resources that we have.
Our airport has been the fastest growing airport in the nation several years running now.
Yeah, and it's Mayor Brown again. One of the things that I think people don't realize is in the 1930s, they license plate used to say what your county was, or 67 counties in the state of Florida. And it used to be number one was Miami-Dade, and then it went up. Manatee County was 15 and Sarasota County was 16. Well, Manatee and Sarasota County have big rivalries in high school sports, and so you always, I grew up with my dad, Sink the Sailors, being a Manatee County resident when you're playing football. But somebody said how fast we're growing compared to the rest of the state. So I really, try to do it. And the city of Bradenton is landlocked, 14.4 square miles. So we've grown by about 100 people a year for the last 15 years. So when you look at our landlocked part of it, there is no growth in the city. We're doing a little urban core development, which is urban core is up. So that's going to change a little bit over the next several years. But when you look, as Ryan said, both of our counties have eastern growth for a long way. And that's where years ago, when somebody would build out, and it was called Panther Ridge in Sarasota and Manatee County, you had to drive 20 miles of nothing to get there. Now it's grown to that. But one of the things that I really did some research on is Sarasota now has gone ahead of Manatee County in the numbers. But if you look from 1938 to 1974, the license plate had the number of your county, 1 through 67, what you were. In 1974, when they changed that, Manatee County was 15th. Today, 2025, what do you think Manatee County is in growth compared to the state if you did the numbering? We're still 15th. So statistically, we haven't grown any differently than anybody else. But people talk about development, the whole state has similar problems in the 67 counties. And I don't know what all the rest are if 67 is now 40. But when you really look at it in our area, Sarasota may be 14th or a little higher, but we're still virtually similar to what we were the last 100 years compared to the rest of the state. So to say that we've done anything better or worse than anybody else, we always could do better on infrastructure, but it's very similar. And that's something that is not a pro-development or anti-development situation. It's, hey, we all are in the same situation in these two communities and the rest of the state. How do we work together to get out of it? One of your words was collaboration. I use that word a lot, and it's very important. So thank you for listening to my little statistical thing I found out and was shocked at when I found it out.
Yes, that's great information. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I think that's summarized as well. I think it's a statewide issue. Thank you, Mayor.
And do you think the population is temporary, seasonal people?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah,
And so
there are we see some differences in traffic counts seasonally and in conjunction with school years as well. But generally speaking, this is permanent growth, and it is, the so-called tourist season has expanded, and the shoulder seasons have expanded, and there are very few quiet times anymore.
Wow. Okay.
So Dana, this is Mayor Brown again. One of the things that I'm a funeral director by nature. My family owns 2 funeral homes. My mom and dad started in 1975. I ran it for a lot of years before getting into my side job here as the fun part of things. My son runs it now. And we used to see a lot of seasonal difference, especially November through April at our funeral home. And now we do not see that in the funeral industry. And I'm very active in the statewide for years, not as much now, but in local, and everybody is basically very similar now instead of having a spike in those years. And I think what that is with our, we may have the snowbirds during the winter part of the year, but we have the tourist during the other part of the year. So really, it may be two different categories, but it's still the same number of people, the way that our growth in tourism has changed compared to snowbirds. And in those days, you might have had a lot more, and they used to call them trailer parks. Now they call them mobile home parks.
Right.
But we're not seeing as the growth. And I don't know, you may not realize this, but Manatee County had the largest trailer park in the world for years. And then Pinellas County took it, and then it would switch back and forth over the years. So that's the snowbird part of it. Now we have the development part of it, which is more the permanent, and being the free state of Florida, more people are moving here. And I think you're going to see that maybe spike back up if some of the other political things happen around the country in some areas.
Yeah, the population numbers that you saw, that we use in our apportionment planning and in our growth projections, which do take tourism into account, but those numbers are permanent year-round resident numbers. Now, that doesn't mean every one of them is here all year round, because, some people might be here long enough to be counted as permanent resident, but the tourism is on top of that.
And if I had to guess, we're gonna hear a lot about that, the growth of during the peak of the holiday season, snowbird season, when the transit agencies come by, because they get hit hard when their ridership grows substantially during snowbird season. So
I bet. Yeah.
And one last question. As the population grow, do you believe that age-wise, you're gonna get like a younger population as you're approaching the growth, or you think it's gonna stay around the same?
Our demographics are typically on average middle-aged. So we do see younger population, as typically ours is more representative of people in their 40s with kids rather than people in their early 20s. That's not our base demographic, but it is getting younger relative to Mayor Brown can probably add on that. It's relative to the late 70s, early 80s. Yes, it's a much younger population than it was. But I would still, on average, I think our average ages are still in the upper 40s.
Yeah, the state continues to have, its mean is getting a little bit older statewide, but our region has seen the average age actually go a little lower as younger.
That's because ours was, 70 plus was our average age.
Right.
So it's not hard to move.
We're already there, and now we're getting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, back to Mayor Brown, is the mobile home park is still there, correct?
Yes, and one of the things that those statistics I haven't seen in a while is the large wise, but most of them are now aged back they aged up to the 80s now that we live longer, but now most of the people in them, and we do a lot with the parks and buying their dinner tickets where we print them and do all the things, and I go and talk with them to the shuffleboard clubs and all of that. And when you used to have 500 people in a room, when they would have a shuffleboard tournament, they'll have 40 in a room now. So the demographics have changed where it's a younger population comparative to that. But no, it's something that I really think we are year round now. And is it the same people population wise, but you see more permanent people than the transient, because people don't travel that way like they used to.
Sure. Yeah.
Dave mentioned our airport being one of the fastest growing airports. If it was the fastest growing size of it, and they've done a great job at all of their statistics there and what they've done. But I think it's important to show that people are coming to this area because the weather is good and it was more reasonably priced.
Yeah. Well, get some pickleball in there, and
well, we have great pickleball, but
we'll see explosive growth.
Yeah, we have great pickle. We have one of the top pickleball courts that Manatee County has done, that gets rated one of the top pickleball covered in tournament wise in the city of Bradenton, but we let Manatee County run the park because they got more of the the way to do it. And Sarasota, I know, has the same.
That's great. Okay, that's all for me, Abby. Anybody else? We can move on. Yes, process change. Okay.
Sure, and then the last one, these are just some highlights on process change. If you have any other questions about it, we'd be happy to answer those as well. But most of the things that we've done, we've tightened up a lot of things related to guidelines and policies, just as same thing, our staff has grown, and we've tried to make sure that we're matching well with cities and the counties and the way that we operate. At one point, we had a regional resiliency group as well. We integrated that into the TAC as we thought, at some point you get kind of meeting fatigue. I think some of our representatives were being asked to come to 4, 5, 6 meetings a quarter, and at times that could be a little cumbersome. So we've maintained a resiliency item on our TAC agenda, but also right under that is resiliency as a major item in our long range planning effort. We had just kind of scratched the surface of that at the 2045 plan, but now as a kind of integral part, you'll hear some more about that in our best practices. But resiliency is a huge conversation topic specifically. Don't know how much you know about our area, but after last year, it's so heavily impacted by a number of major storms, something that we want to make sure stays on the forefront.
Yeah, we're pushing to incorporate and create a resilient systems approach, much like occurred with safety over the last 40 years, where safety used to be sort of a separate consideration, and now it's really incorporated into every project in all phases of every project, and we need to do the same with resilience.
Yep. And then the last few is that, Wayne, you go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments on the resiliency for the area. Wayne Gaither with the Florida Department of Transportation out of the Southwest Area Office, and I work closely with the MPOs. Dave made mention, and Ryan was alluding to it as well. This area was hit with a multitude of named storms, hurricanes coming on board. This definitely has an impact on project timelines to that nature. And one of the things I did want to bring up, aside from the work of cleaning up from those storms that takes place, which does pull away their board members because they've got their jurisdictions that they have to work in as well for the cleanup, it does impact project timelines. And we end up having to work closely with the MPOs through those storms, making sure that we were able to keep projects online, or if adjustments need to be made on any of the projects. The MPO was quick to respond and work with us as we were having discussions on those topics.
Yeah, we think about the national objectives that have been adopted by Congress and are incorporated both into the Florida Transportation Plan and our Long Range Transportation Plan. And one of the objectives that didn't have specific performance measures developed was project delivery. And project delivery has been a very, very important to our MPO process in our coordination with FDOT. Sometimes it's challenging. One of the reasons is delays due to storms, major storms that might have months and even year-long recovery periods. And some places, not every business does recover, but the role of the MPO in laying groundwork for supporting recovery planning and emergency management related activities is one that we take seriously and have tried to fulfill in a way that, again, there aren't any specific performance measures related to that, much like supporting tourism, but it's certainly part of what goes into this process.
Since we're on this topic, I think I was gonna bring it up later, but since we're here, have you experienced any problems with the rising costs of materials, and how are you?
Oh yes.
Because I would think that would have an impact on your project timelines as well. So how are you handling that?
We're not, no.
Okay.
It's significant, I think, and Wayne was alluding to it. We've had, it's been a significant challenge across, I think, the entire state when it comes to material costs, and and MOT and all these things, when we need to mobilize, especially last fall and summer when you're dealing with those storms, so many of the resources statewide were going to recovery efforts. So to mobilize, even MOT or barricades just for, your average project was very challenging and difficult. Those are limited resources that are not so easy to find in those types of, most of our beach communities are still, in kind of disarray. So we're dealing with that to this day. Also cost wise, we've seen on average, I would say it's double, right? I think of what we were pre-COVID, in some cases as much as 3 times as much as we were seeing on some project costs. So all that means is that we're having to navigate ourselves through better projects that have greater impact. So it goes back to our data and a lot of our metrics to make sure the projects that we are able to fund are meeting the goals and objectives of our long-range plan.
And strategically, in our new, the 2050 LRTP, you'll see sort of a shift from reliance on state and federal funding for capacity projects to local funding, providing a better, much higher proportion of those capacity improvements resulting from growth. And part of that is the cost increases, and there are other factors as well, but we've had to try to maximize the efficiency of the existing system. So focus on transportation, systems management and operations and information technology systems, related improvements, ITS related improvements have been beefed up and play a very important.
Yeah, that's one of those benefits of
strategies.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and then the last few here, these are just minor things. During COVID, that was another major, I think a major challenge for most government agencies and MPOs alike. We had to make some changes, and one we wanted to highlight was during COVID, we had to do a lot of our outreach virtually. So we created more of a citizens advisory network, which was a way to kind of disseminate information to a lot larger base of people because we couldn't have our standard members here in person. We did change that back because we were able to finally reconvene and meet as a citizens advisory committee. We do have a very active advisory committee that provides impact on a lot of our decisions. They give different perspectives. We all get caught up in engineering and planning. Hearing different perspectives is certainly helpful as to make sure that we're all on the same page and we understand what we're putting out there. And then the last, Grace has done a great job with our social media outreach and our response to feedback. We'll mention a little bit more of that in our MPO's activities here and shared best practices, but making sure our information is accessible to the public, updates to our website, and extensive outreach, getting out into the public. Done a number of outreach events, probably too many to count over the last 4 years, but it's really important and vital in our process to make sure that we are getting the public's input on our process, because all in all, what's the point of planning if it doesn't have a positive public outcome? So those are some of the major changes that we've had in the last 4 years, but we're happy to take any other questions you have.
What is the TRAG?
That was the Transportation Resiliency Advisory Group. So when we were in development, so what we tried to do for that was when we were in development of our resiliency plan, we created a standalone group that invited scientists, groups outside of our typical transportation planners, engineers. So that included, climate scientists, people that work directly in estuary programs and environmental sciences and things like that, and asked them to be involved in the development of our vulnerability assessments and regional action, resiliency action plans. So that group was then moved under the TAC because a lot of the same representatives are also represented onto the technical advisory committee.
And then you said that you, for the Citizens Advisory Network, do you still offer that as to those virtual people, or is it only?
Yes, we still have a hybrid function for that.
Yeah.
It's just not solely virtual at this point. So they still need to be here just like every other agency. They need to be here to vote. They want their vote to count. They have to be here in person for quorum.
Anybody else? Questions? No? You want to introduce the next topic?
All right. So what is the MPO most proud of over the last 4 years, and what challenges have you encountered and addressed? You did talk about the materials, so I don't know if you had that in the list.
Sure, and we'll have our planning team kind of go around here and, you know, explain some of the things that we've worked on, some of the things that we're proud of over the last few years, the things we like to kind of improve on and continue to develop. So I'll hand it over to Grace, who's going to talk about some of our public outreach and website stuff.
Yes, hello, Grace Sagowski, Public Involvement Coordinator. So first, we just wanted to highlight our public participation plan, which must be updated every 3 years. And our current plan was updated and adopted by the MPO board last May in 2024. And it had 3 major changes, including online outreach tools, our MPO website redesign, and Title VI and LEP updated data, LEP limited English proficiency. So going to our website redesign, we received a lot of feedback that our website was difficult to navigate and cluttered with an overwhelming number of options in the navigation bar. So in response, we redesigned the website back in April of 2023 to be more accessible, visually clean, and user-friendly. And we continue to update the content and study pages as needed. And we recently added a new ADA accessibility information page called Planning for an Accessible Future. And a couple of years ago, we added a roundabouts page for people to learn about the importance of roundabouts. So after the redesign, 2 different MPOs reached out to complement the redesign, along with several members of the public, saying it's much easier to navigate with a very visually appealing layout. So as you can see, this was the old website homepage. There's lots of options.
We tried to be cute. Everything related to either an M, a P, or an O.
Yes. So yeah, that was before, and then this is what it looks like now. Much better.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so next, we are proud of our community outreach efforts over the last few years, hosting and participating in many community events, workshops, along with upgrading our digital engagement. We've boosted posts on social media to get more interaction and feedback from the public regarding surveys and meetings and other stuff that we're doing at the MPO. And we post Instagram reels, YouTube videos, get a little more creative now. We also made a conscious effort to schedule events during evenings and weekends to better accommodate and reach more community members. And then we also focused on accessibility and language inclusion by providing surveys in both English and Spanish, along with doing a couple of radio interviews at a Spanish-speaking radio station, since we have David Machado here who speaks Spanish. So that's a good perk. All right.
He speaks the best Spanish.
Yes.
You want to, how long we have time to show the video? Do you have that ready? We can send it to him. Okay.
We can show you one of our
We just did some safety videos.
Yeah, so one of our new projects is for outreach for our Destination Zero education plan, which you'll hear about shortly. We started a Destination Zero safety blog series and a Destination Zero video series with different topics relating to roadway safety. And they're just fun 2-minute videos. We have 2 out so far. First one was how to use an RRFB, rapid rectangular flashing beacon. And the one we just released yesterday was our bicycle safety video. And they're pretty fun, so you should check them out. We'll send them over to you. And all right, moving on.
Good morning, Nick Chiavini, Transportation Planner. One of the innovations that I'm really proud of that's been implemented in the last year is a GeoHub, which is a centralized online platform that we use to organize and share a lot of our GIS data and dashboards. And it really came about because we've been over the past couple of years, we've been incorporating web maps a lot more, and that kind of results in a lot of our partner agencies asking for, can we have some of the data for our own uses and for their own purposes. A recent example, the city of Sarasota requested some crash clustering data that we had on a map, and it's now on the GeoHub, and they were able to download there. And it's really great in making the MPO kind of a centralized source for data here. Hopefully everyone's aware that everything that we work on is public, but rather than having to email and ask us, they can go to the GeoHub and, if they want to see our high injury network or find high injury segments, as a recent example, is they can go there and download it, use it for their own planning purposes or grant applications. And it really helps streamline the planning efforts across jurisdictions and reduces duplications and is updated in real time as we work on it. So anyone going there is guaranteed the latest data, and really fosters interagency collaboration, which is very important. And moving on to our safety efforts, as we've kind of discussed already, safety is a cornerstone of everything we do here at the MPO, and the slide's just a select couple of examples of work that we've done recently. Kind of the cornerstone of our safety efforts is the Destination Zero Action Plan, which kind of sets out a vision and path towards zero fatalities and deaths in the region. And kind of furthering that, and probably as a result of being recognized for prioritizing safety so much, we were chosen as one of the pilot organizations for the FHWA Safety Culture Self-Assessment Workshop, where we did a self-assessment with us and our partner jurisdictions to see how well we incorporate safety, and gave feedback on, as a pilot, kind of the the format of the self-assessment, and the feedback was very well appreciated, and it's now rolled out nationwide. And on the education side, as Grace was mentioning, we've had adopted a Destination Zero Safety Education Plan in conjunction with that, which kind of involves those videos that we discussed, as well as sharing safety best practices, as well as sharing safety in the region. And on the more technical side, recent effort that we undertook is we had a high injury network, which was the major corridors where we see the most killed or seriously injured crashes. And that by itself was very helpful, but it was also quite extensive, and we knew there was some variability within those very long segments. I think the total centerline miles was like nearly 100, and it's kind of within that, we split everything into 1 mile segments, and then ran assessments on those segments. And now we kind of have a refined network where there's the high injury network, and then medium and low. And we, during the project prioritization process, will be, prioritizing our investments where they would really make the most impact, where most people are getting in serious crashes. And looking ahead, we are working on a safety performance monitoring dashboard, where we took MPO projects, reached out to FDOT safety office as well as our local partners, and kind of created a database of safety projects that have been implemented in the region, and then looked at safety metrics before and after. So a quick example would be roundabouts. We ran that through the analysis and saw that there was a slight increase in total crashes, but for killed or seriously injured crashes, it was decreased by about 80%, which is a really useful tool to kind of share the real world impacts of a lot of our investments. And then coming up, we're going to be developing a lot of safety project fact sheets to, again, better make aware of things we're working on, as well as practices that can that, can improve safety in the region. And we're also just continuing coordination with our partners with FDOT, the Department of Health, schools, and law enforcement.
And we'll move through our next few fairly quickly.
Good morning, my name is Nina Venture, Senior Planner. So one other item that I think we're most excited about is our online tip. And so this really came from a need identified within the organization really to streamline our tip process. It was a process that was very time intensive and quite tedious, and also resulted in a public document that was perhaps difficult to navigate if you're a member of the public not familiar with the process and what the project tables look like. So we identified a service provider, a company called Eco Interactive, that provides this online tool where we are able to not only process our tip amendments and modifications, but it also has a public website element. So the benefits of working with Eco Interactive is we can very easily and with great accuracy process our tip amendments and modifications. We can also track project funding histories and tip revisions across tip plans, and very easily generate project and funding reports as well. And then it also has a public-facing website, and I'll give you some quick screenshots of what that looks like. So our next steps with Eco Interactive in our tip is to integrate our annual call for projects and project prioritization with it. So this will facilitate the priority application process for staff as well as our partners. And we're also working with Eco Interactive to sync the platform with our online scoring web tool. And what this will allow us to do is we'll be able to track our priority projects through successive call for projects into the transportation improvement plan when they are in the work program. And then from there, be able to track funding histories and changes as well. So we are currently doing a transportation investment analysis, which Dave had mentioned earlier. And so this will also facilitate data collection, data tracking, and help the NPO better understand the process between call for projects and the tip. So pretty exciting for us. This is what the public site looks like. So it provides a list of projects like you would see on the online tip. Or STIP. You can search by project ID, your lead agencies, what have you. And then if you click on a project, you could get more project details, including your funding totals. This is also something that folks can share. So they can download this as a PDF or share the link that will bring you right to this page. And if you explore the tabs on this project, you can actually, as a member of the public, look at the revision history as well as the fund history. So you can see the number of tips that this project has been in, as well as how the funds have changed across tips. The one caveat is we only implemented this about 3 years ago. So we've got 3 tips in the Eco Interactive, so it won't show anything more than that. And then it also has an interactive map element as well, so you can see those projects across the region. And then lesson learned, best practice, I think also is the significance of regional trail coordination. There are so many layers that goes into planning and implementing a regional trail system. So we're quite proud of the level of coordination that has gone into the development of the Gulf Coast Trail and planning activities and implementation. So we hosted a Gulf Coast Trail Forum in January 2023, invited MPOs and local jurisdictions across the Gulf Coast Trail from Pinellas, Hillsborough, all the way down to Collier County. They all gave presentations and facilitated excellent regional discussion. We completed 2 Suntrail alignment studies that were identified in the 2045 long range plan. And one of those alignments have seen very rapid activity. So the entire segment has been planned and designed, and 2 of those sections are into construction soon. We also worked with Office of Greenways and Trails on the system plan update and made some changes to that in close coordination with our stakeholders. We have 2 legacy trail overpasses that are opening now. And that happened in large part through coordination with FDOT and the state also to make sure that the funding on those projects are complete, so that they can be completed. And I think as an outcome of this level of coordination, we saw one of our local partners, the City of Venice, become one of the newest trail towns in the state just earlier this year, recognized by Office of Greenways and Trails. And also, we saw the Gulf Coast Trail Alliance be established for our regional trail system, and the MTO is an active partner in that as well.
And I want to add in here that the MPO's interest in and involvement in trails is supportive of the national interest in safety and economic development and the connectivity of various elements of our transportation system. These trails serve way more than recreational purposes.
And it's certainly worth noting as well that those overpasses were so important to the MPO because both Bee Ridge and Clark Road are on the MPO's high entry network. So it was a key safety initiative as well. I'll hand it over. Oh, I'm sorry.
The Legacy Trail overpass is complete, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Some of we have more to go.
2 of them, yes.
Or we have more that may be other parts of the regional Sun Trail network.
Okay, I'll virtually visit it.
Yeah.
Pretend like I'm riding on it.
Well, come down whenever you can.
I will.
If you're on vacation, we'll give you a
Great.
Sure. So Varshini again, and the other thing that the NPO is kind of proud of is the resiliency assessment. So the NPO initiated a resiliency and vulnerability assessment in late 2021, and the study was conducted in 2 phases. So the phase 1 kind of focused on understanding the stresses and the shocks at a regional level, and also evaluating the vulnerability of the regional network. And then as a result of the phase 1 analysis, it categorized the regional network into 3 tiers, with tier 1 being highly vulnerable roadways, and with tier 3 being less vulnerable. So this is the map on the right, which shows the categories of tier 1 to tier 3 of the regional network. And then the phase 2, which was started in 2023 after doing a lot of collaboration with our TRAG group, with the TAC, and with regional resiliency stakeholders. It further analyzed the tier 1 segments to identify the top 18 segments. So these 18 segments are integrated into the MPO project prioritization process and are also considered as an important aspect in the LRTP cost feasible development. So the MPO is actively exploring for potential funding and implementation of these 18 segments in near future. And so in terms of resiliency, looking ahead, the MPO is planning to conduct another planning study titled as Transportation Asset and Watershed Analysis, which kind of looks at understanding the potential exposure of our transportation infrastructure to inland flooding, and also to do a greater deal of collaboration with regional resiliency stakeholders. And lately, resiliency has been a very important component with all the MPO planning studies and also the LRTP process.
We participated, or I participated on behalf of our MPO in the USDOT's Office of Science and Technologies funded and supported resilience coalition that was established in cooperation with and by AASHTO, involving various modes and levels of government and private sector interests from around the country that developed some recommendations for addressing resilience going forward and for programmatic support for improving the resilience of the transportation system. And I think that has, I believe that our efforts in resilience are going to help our region over the long term. Clearly, there's no way to solve all of these problems with the available funds, so we have to change the approach and take on this resilient systems approach.
And then I just have a last two little things here that I want to cover briefly. We're going to hear more about transit later on as one of our technical topics, but we did want to briefly cover some of the efforts we've undertaken as we've talked about transit quite a bit, but it is an important asset within our requirements here at the NPO. One of the major ones we looked at was our US 41 corridor. Route 99 is a shared line between SCAT, now called BREEZE, and MCAT. That is one of our most popular lines. We did look at that as a future evaluation of improving transit service, ridership, quality of service on that corridor. That has now moved into a concept of operations, which is now being prioritized. So a 4-year effort, probably last time we spoke was when we were starting the choices, and now it's into a demonstration level project on US 41. So we're excited to see that project moving forward. We also work closely with the department as well as our transit partners. Quarterly, it's another one of the best practices that has been recognized statewide, that we do meet on a quarterly basis to discuss how we can convene and figure out how to fund transit projects in the region. Two of the major ones were, in addition to the SRQ airport and the transit shelter there, it was one that was brought forward by the department and helped fund through the NPO to make that happen, where we're able to create a more accessible shelter for all transit services, as well as the Sarasota Bay Runner Trolley, which is out to St. Armand's Lido Key area. Funding for that project came out of these quarterly meetings. Future outlook is we're looking at a regional transit planning study, both for freight and rail. Said as a growing region, we're seeing our airport grow at an unprecedented rate, as well as our port. One of the only ports left on the west coast of Florida that has room for expansion. Received a number of raise grants in the last several years for expansion efforts. So we want to make sure that we fully understand the freight and rail aspects within our region. So that's going to be happening, as well as a regional transit study. We've got growth related to water taxi services and all kinds of other things related to transit in the region. So we want to make sure that we're looking at it from a regional perspective and see how we can grow some of those services throughout. So that's briefly on transit. We'll hear more about that later on this afternoon. And then just professional development. Here's a number. I'm not going to read off all of them to you. These are just some of the things that we've been requested to present at. And we're very proud of our planning efforts that we do here at the NPO. And it's taken both regionally and statewide, as well as nationally. We've been recognized in a number of agencies, both the Florida Planning Conference, ITE, even myself have presented up at TRB in DC a number of times, as well as the Association of NPOs, or AMPO, will be presenting there this fall as well. So that's that. And then some of the major groups that we work with throughout the region, the NPOC, obviously, at PCA, both of our Chamber of Commerce's we presented at, as well as the Leagues of Cities and the Realtor Association within our region. So we try to be very active with a varying number of groups throughout the region, and we continue to look forward to fostering these partnerships. So I think that's really all we've got for that. I think we finished right on time. So if you've got any questions related to best practices and some of the lessons we learned, we'd be happy to take those now.
I don't have any right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to thank Mayor Brown for joining us this morning. I don't know how long you'll be able to stay, but I really appreciate your participation and involvement. And I think it's representative of all of the interest and support for transportation that all of our elected officials on our board have.
Yeah, Dave, I heard my name and have been trying to deal with some other financial issues, kind of doing both, but that's why I hate Zoom but love Zoom. Because
well, thank you again, Mayor, for being on the call this morning. I know expect you to stay on all day, but if you're able to, you're more than welcome. But
Well, I may
I appreciate
turn
it.
it down, finish this meeting I'm in, then I'll come back in a second. So, or a little while, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, then let's transition over to a break for 15 minutes and come back at 10:05.
That's right.
All right.
Sounds
see you.
good. Thank you.
Okay, 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody.
Back.
So we get being proactive.
Everybody else uses my phone, so. If I could just see whatever the time. But it is working better now. It was just a little bit rough,
Jump right back in. Abby, did you have anything else on our previous topic?
Yes, if you guys don't mind. So, I don't think I got like a good grasp if you guys had mentioned of the challenges that you guys have encountered and addressed during these past few years. Let me know if I just didn't hear y'all.
Well, I would say challenges wise was, as we kind of, I think previously covered it, has been project delivery. Definitely one of like, it's the greatest thing that we've had to kind of overcome versus, our planning efforts, I think have gone very smoothly and being able to deliver those have gone off very well. Actually implementing and getting projects across the finish line has been, by far and away the most difficult things that we've had to address, so working closely with, our local agencies, with the department, we've had to combine a lot of resources to be able to make those things happen, right? We've dealt with a number of deletions and deferments on projects that, were really unanticipated. We've also had to deal with, declining revenue projections. You'll see year over year from our 2045 projections to this 2050 LRTP, it's less than half of what we had in 2019 projected. So having to deal with that in the upcoming year and then ultimately delivering those projects has been, one of the more difficult things we've had to address. And I'll let Wayne add to that as well.
And delivering planning projects with the budget cycles.
Sure.
The authorization, the federal funds are authorized at the congressional level, but then for us to get actual funds authorized so that we can get studies done in conjunction with our UPWP, and working within FDOT's work cycle. For example, we have an additional authorization of SU funds of $1 million, but we won't have that until October, and then we're supposed to use it all by the end of June or close out, know how much we're gonna, it puts a lot of unnecessary pressure if we had the authorization earlier or for more amounts, which I think the department has tried to do recently. But the SU funds did not get authorized. The additional, second year SU funds are still not authorized, and we could use them beginning July 1, not October 1, plus all of the additional time that we have and might need to get everything in place. So that's an area that the collaboration and coordination could be improved.
I'll let Wayne add another piece of that as well.
There was just adding on to a lot of what Ryan was saying, the impacts that come with trying to balance the work program and then rebalance the work program as we end up with cost estimates that increase or rise. On a local level, the issue is you're constantly working on projects to get new estimates. Because through the process, we program projects that are going to be coming out years later. And the inflation rate for those years has been astronomical. And then the ability to find resources to accomplish those things. So it's really, as Ryan was saying, I don't think it's a planning issue. I think the MPOs within District 1 have all been doing a great job. Sarasota Manatee is definitely one of those that's been doing a great job in preparing what needs to be looked at, what needs to be done. But there's been a lot of coordination between staff members and in working with member entities, the counties, the cities, on the construction side, or ensuring that we're ready to move forward on the construction side or the right of way for a lot of these projects. And I can unfortunately see this being a problem in the upcoming years, the near future and the extended future as well.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
I guess we'll jump into the next topic. I know you all had some follow-up questions related to these technical topics. We do have, I will say, a few slides for each of these if you do want any follow-up, but we'll go ahead and let you jump into your questions for the UPWP.
Okay, sure. Let's see. So UPWP. Let's see. Okay, so what is your slide? All right, so I just wanted to I had a couple of follow-up questions on the first question was briefly describe how you develop the UPWP, and I felt like the response was more about what is done, not how it's done. So can you walk me through the steps of how you develop it? You know, what do you know, similar to what I was we were talking before about, you know, comparing data and, you know, coordinating with, you know, what data sets do you coordinate, and just kind of high level, how do you accomplish the development of the UPWP? And then also the second question is, how are the public transit agencies involved in that development, and talk a little bit about how they're involved.
Sure. I mean, I guess if I'm understanding correctly, you want to know how we go about developing the UPWP in general?
Right. Yeah,
you know,
just really, just for high level.
All right, well, I can start, and then David can help fill in some of the gaps as well. But, you know, it's to me, it's a very prescribed process in terms of we receive projections, right, from the state, as well as federal highway on our allocations that we're going to receive, correct? So we get our PL allocation set aside. We have worked with the department over the last several years to set aside some money off the top as well for our SU dollars for our planning activities. Those are the baseline objectives into how we are going to fund our UPWP. That's the financial element. I think the other is our activities, right? So each task has activities outlined, the things that we undertake. In previous years and previous UPWPs, we had, I would say, almost too many tasks. We worked closely with Federal Highway and the previous group to kind of reduce the number of tasks and build out subsections with each of those tasks. So looking at administration, planning, implementation, and public outreach, we do have a fifth in there as well for coordination with other NPOs in the region. But that has been an activity that we've consolidated a number of these tasks to make sure that we're more concise, but also providing descriptions of each of those activities and then the anticipated date of completion. If it's an ongoing activity, it would state that, or if it's reoccurring at a different time, it would list that as well. So we go through that every 2 years, and it's really almost every year. We have our entire team review that and provide updates on things that they're working on, timelines need to change, and what goes on with those activities. Generally speaking, we also look at overall costs. David and I do an evaluation of our costs from the previous UPWP and translate those things over. So we do work closely with Manatee County. They're our financial agent on the local side that pays our bills. So we do have a county budget process as well. So we reference a lot of that materials. We go through each bill and each section of our account with the county to then set up our next UPWP for what our anticipated costs will look like. So we budget accordingly based off of previous expenses. So that's something that we try to undertake on a almost annual. We also have a pretty strict amendment process as well. So we take amendments to our board frequently to ensure that all of our activities are clearly outlined in the UPWP and that the financial aspects of that match as well. I'm not sure what else you were looking for in terms of how we take care of the UPWP, but we're
coordinating with transit occurs with regards to the activity side more than the fiscal side. Because we're not asking them to contribute in most cases to any studies that might be to their benefit. And we want them to be part of the of the team that works with our consultant
Yeah.
in delivering, you know, the analytical materials that then go into either implementing the current or updating the next long-range plan.
And I'll say on like a more basic level too, our transit agencies have representatives in our technical advisory committee. And our technical advisory committee is asked to review each year our amendments, as well as when the UPWP is in development, to list any activities that we would undertake internally as the MPO, which captures that, as well as any external planning studies, which you'll notice under long-term or short-term planning, as well as our implementation. You'll see our studies that we're doing in the next fiscal year listed there, as well as some brief descriptions. So we asked them to provide feedback on that as well, general cost, as well as more anecdotal information about, you know, the processes that they undertake. We'll hear from them shortly, but, you know, the last major update was the TDP, and the state legislature in Florida required more in-depth understanding of the TDP process and how we're involved in that. The requirement was really, and the onus was really on the transit agency side, but it did require them to reach out to us for information, data, and make sure that we were collaborating, you know, in good faith, that we understood each other's long-term planning efforts.
And to document the planning collaboration that has already been taking place.
Correct.
I would add to that the transit agencies are a vital integration to all our meetings, like we mentioned earlier. We have the PTTF section in our board meeting. We have quarterly LCB meetings. They're part of our TAC meetings. Important but not important, I do come from one of the transit agencies prior to working at the MPO. I do have a prior relationship with transit agencies. So at least I can speak for our MPO, at least coordination with transit agencies. They have a direct line to all of us. They can, you know, if something was to come up, they know they can call us. We have that working relationship with them, which I believe we're all proud of. And to add to the original comments that Ryan provided as far as how our UPWP is developed, our UPWP is developed, you know, using the DOT approved forms and templates. Same thing for the amendments. We use the templates that are provided and approved by DOT. As far as monitoring our progress as a year goes on, we do quarterly invoices. As I can actually move to that slide real quick. We do a quarterly invoicing to DOT, which we work closely with Pam and the team over at FDOT. At the same time, Rachel and I take the time to reconcile our budget at that point. And compare it to both our county budget and our UPWP budget to make sure that that everything is on track. And like Ryan mentioned, we take amendments to the board on a routine basis. And the reason for that is that we continue to monitor our expenses, and if any changes are needed to our budget during the year, we do provide an update to the board, and we amend the contract. We also do what I call first year soft closing of our UPWP, which what I do is I reconcile the whole year budget for year one of the UPWP, and then I roll over the money to year two. So that makes it clean. So when you go to historically, when you want to look for the historical data of what our expenditures were for the prior years, you can go to the prior UPWP to the specific years. And that would show the actual expenses that we have encountered or we had for those periods of those years and specifics. I'm not sure what else. If you have any other questions, I would gladly answer them.
No, I appreciate that on the that's good. But I have a question about the involvement of your transit and just your other entities. How do you bring them to the table to talk? How do you ensure that they are participating? And
well, at at our committee meetings, it is presented as an action item, so they were required to take action on those items. And specifically, really, it gets technical prior to us actually adopting UPWP. You know, my role is I make sure that they are incorporating their comments. We ask them to review the studies that we're doing. We receive input annually on the scopes and the studies that they're going to be participating in. So they're required to give feedback and then formally approve the inclusion of those efforts into our UPWP.
This is Dave. I'm not sure I really want to document this comment, but and Brandon might already have some feelings on this, but sometimes we see that the coordination with the transit agencies and the MPO is actually at a much higher level and you know, accomplishes more than sometimes the internal coordination within the parent entity or the parent jurisdiction, you know, of our two transit agencies, and where, you know, we get one set of priorities from the road section, so to speak, the highway side, and then, you know, kind of a separate and not coordinated set of priorities from the transit side. So, you know, we bring that together and work with our jurisdictions to try to develop a unified set of priorities.
And I would add that we take it even a step further. We allow our agencies to comment on it, and we also even bring it up on our CAC, which is our Citizens Advisory meetings, to have the members of the public look at it and at least provide comments as to, you know, what we're doing in the future and what our budget looks like. So we take it a little further into it. But as far as your question as to how the transit agencies are involved, I believe that the transit agencies are involved, and I would say 80 to 90, even maybe 100% of everything we do, as they're a vital part of it. You know, as far as the transportation planning, our transit agencies are a key step to all that. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure if the question is not being framed.
No, that's good. That's yeah. So it sounds like they don't need coaxing to participate. They're really wanting to participate, and so you don't really need to have a lot of reach out to them to try to get them, bring them to the table to discuss your projects. They're ready.
I think it's been very positive in the terms of, you know, when we really moved to having them, I don't know, this is probably 15 years ago, but having them as a mainstay on our TAC, on our technical advisory committee, they operate in the same capacity as any other planner engineer within our you know, voting committee. So they're not shy of sharing their opinions, especially in our process. And you'll see in our upcoming 2050, you'll have a chance to look at that as well, as, you know, having a standalone transit section that really refers to their priorities, as Dave was mentioning, having coinciding priorities, because at times, yeah, it's true. They, you know, if the public works department and transit agencies are not under the same roof in most cases for our agencies, and that would require them, they're submitting separate policies and different priorities that they might have. That's something that we've worked with them closely to make sure that, you know, those priorities are reaching the same level for the board and that those are being conveyed to us accurately.
And the governing bodies are where, you know, the jurisdictional needs do come together, because they are all supported by the elected officials involved. And that's, you know, an important part of the MPO process is the role of elected officials. As we develop our UPWP, we're looking at the various you know, requirements, programmatic requirements, and accounting and documentation requirements, but we're also looking at things that ensure consistency among various planning processes, such as you know, where are the you know, what are the priorities, you know, emphasis areas, for example, that either the Department of Transportation or Federal Highway or Federal Transit or the FDOT have provided to the MPOs to incorporate into the process, such as coordinating with emergency management, supporting efforts that support tourism, and things like that that are, and may well involve transit. In fact, we, you know, work with chambers of commerce that would like to see better transit within the region. And they, you know, they also work on housing issues and things like that. So all of this stuff does come together, and the transit agencies are a vital part of those discussions.
And funny they brought that up. I have that marked as a talking point. Page, I can reference the pages 15 to 22 on the UPWP, where it references all the word.
It used to be a matrix.
Yeah, it references the matrix of
emphasis
areas, both all nationally, local, DOT, FHWA, and ours. And then towards the end of that, I believe it's pages, I think it's 18. It consolidates all the MPOs key factors, and it consolidates where all the national, the local, the FHWA, and the DOT all fall into all our key topics. So I would
yeah, the performance objectives.
The performance objectives and in general. They're all there, and it gives a brief explanation. I'm not sure if we provided the UPWP at this point. I don't remember. I can send you.
I can look at it when it's final. That's fine. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, and it follows similar suit to you know the tip as well. So we try to provide good backgrounds in each of our mandated documents for you to reference.
We try to to be as clear and upfront on our UPW as possible. And Wayne, I don't know if on the DOT side, I don't know if there's something you want to provide as far as
we have the
UPW
meetings too with the FDOT modal group and our two transit agencies, MPO staff.
Yeah, that was our.
We talked about that earlier. We do the same thing with the aviation team, and sometimes those do involve discussions of the transit connectivity as well. So.
From our side, again, Wayne Gaither with Florida Department of Transportation. I'm kind of looking to get a nod from Pam on this too. We don't have any issues or any significant concerns. There's changes that may occur from time to time, but they're more of the routine nature. It's a document that's well defined on establishing what the NPO does.
Thank you. And then I had, let's see, there was a question about describe the process MPO uses to transfer funds to and from other MPOs for shared tasks. And you mentioned a task 5. The MPO has a task incorporated to its UPWP task 5. And so the process for transferring the funds to and from is accomplished with that task 5, which is okay.
And
it's like $5,000 a year.
It's a $5,000 a year budget that's transferred to the SCTPA.
Right.
And the task 5 is called out just for that specific transfer.
And what does that task 5 do? It just creates a spreadsheet, or
it funds our involvement in the Suncoast Transportation Planning Alliance, and specifically related to an objective that they're taking on for regional LRTP coordination, et cetera. So it's one that we were requested. It's all the language should be exactly the same in all of the participating agencies, and that was vetted through the Florida Department of Transportation. So that follows similar PO processes any other activity that we do.
Okay. I just wasn't sure about what task 5.
It's for beyond region. It's for regional coordination essentially, and that would same thing had to follow through the DOT process.
I think Federal Highway is the one that said we want all of the language to be exactly the same, and they approved it prior to it being incorporated.
Yeah, 2 years ago, Federal Highway, and they requested it to be a standalone task, not tied up in any other task that we had. So it made it very clear cut exactly.
Yeah, it's easy to follow those dollars.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
And then there's one of the MPOs, I think it's currently Pinellas, has been Hillsborough in the past, that receives and expends those funds and actually accounts for those. Yep. Edit this. Can you edit?
I mean, I can go, I guess I can go over the slide that's on the screen right
Yes.
now.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, go over your slides, I guess, for all the topics if you want, and then I can go back up to any questions, because you may answer the questions as you go through.
Okay, so at least for the audits and certifications, that it's just a run through of, when our current and last, I excuse there's the second from last bullet, or there's ones instead of ones, I apologize. So we had the DOT yearly joint certification, which was done in March. There was no deficiencies found, MPO was found to be a low risk. The risk assessment percentage is 100. That risk assessment gives us all heartburn because it kind of feels that's inverted. It should be, your risk assessment is 0% of risk, but it's.
You're 100%.
I'm 100% compliant.
100% compliant.
In addition to that, the FHWA quadrennial that was done last July of 2021. There was no substantial findings. We went through the recommendations and items a little while ago. In addition to that, in March of this year, we went through a single audit that's done by Manatee County through our interlocal agreement. Again, no findings. Everything was found to be in compliance. That has since been published, I believe, by the county.
And they did take an extra look at the MPO, line item within the county's system. And David spent many hours providing backup and detailed material to support, their audit.
Yes. And in addition to that, like I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the UPWP, Rachel and I put an effort to at least every quarter when we're doing the invoices to ensure that we're reconciling everything back, that nothing's missing, and we do that on a rolling quarter basis. And one that's not there is the one I mentioned earlier also, that at the end of every year we do a closeout, even though it's not required on the first year of the UPWP. We do it for transparency purposes and to make everybody's life a little bit easier and it being simpler for everybody.
And those are all taken to our governing board. They're generally presented on a consent agenda, and I have invited on any board member that would like to spend more time digging into our budgeting process, that we would be happy to do that with them. Nobody's taken me up on it yet, but it's available, and we feel like we have good oversight, and we actually appreciate it because we want to be in full compliance. Not just with the fiscal stuff, but on all of the requirements. But the fiscal stuff is particularly important, and we take it seriously.
And I do appreciate your team asking the questions, because if Dave and Ryan can probably say more about this. I'm always trying to tell them, can you ask somebody to ask something about financials? Sometimes I make these presentations and I provide them, and I feel that nobody has any questions. So I do appreciate that you have the questions. At least I know we touched on what the MPO is most proud of, but I can at least speak for myself. I am proud of the way we've developed our UPWP, and where we've taken it in the past few years, where we've had other MPOs around the state actually reach out to us to see how we're doing it, because they want to implement certain tasks of processes that we're conducting. And I just wanted to put that one out there. At least I'm proud the UPWP.
Yeah, along with the FDOT annual review, you know, and the annual single audit, I think that's significant that in the time that I've been with the NPO, and perhaps even before, but certainly for the last 15 years, we have had no findings or even recommendations related to the NPO finances. We've worked with FDOT Federal Highway to refine some of our internal descriptions of our fiscal processes over that time. But again, these single audits have never had any findings or even recommendations related to our finances. So that's you know, I think demonstrates good implementation of the process that central office has helped develop to ensure some consistency around the state with our UPWPs. You know, we know that no one wants to prescribe specifically exactly how you present it, but it sure makes it easier for reviewers if there's consistency in terminology and the way the tables are presented.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's always good when someone else reaches out to you and wants to know how you're doing things so well. I think that's great.
With that said, I think I've spent more time than I should, so.
No, good. All right, do you want to go through some more of your topics? Or is that it? Yep, okay.
I guess we'll start with, do you have any specific questions about the CMP?
Oh, you could, yeah, just go through them and then I'll
Sure.
see if you don't answer any of them.
Yeah, these are very high level. They were just meant to take a little bit further beyond what we responded to in the questionnaire.
So I'll start with the purpose, goals, and objectives and framework of the CMP. And as we all already know, that CMP is a federally mandated document as per the Article 23 and Code of Federal Regulations 45032. So the CMP supports various other MPO federal mandated documents like LRTP, TIP, and various of our planning studies as well. So the aim of the CMP this time around was to identify contested areas and systemic issues, and it recommends cost-effective and multimodal strategies that supports regional mobility, safety, and efficiency. So the goals of CMP have almost remained the same from last time, which are safety, mobility, reliability, efficiency to support the economic vitality, resiliency, equity, and promote multimodal access and environmental stewardship. So the CMP follows the FHWA 8-step framework, which is defining goals and objectives and coming up with a CMP network and developing our performance measures metrics and collecting data and analyzing it, and then finally identifying strategies and evaluating the effectiveness of those strategies. So the CMP is a data-driven planning approach, and we've used multiple reliable sources for our CMP analysis, and a few of the sources were the Signal for crash data. We have the FDOT source book to evaluate our performance measures, and then we have the RITIS data, MPO ATP study, which is the active transportation plan, and we used the recent ACS census data and EV data and FHWA guidelines. So all of the process was developed according to the FHWA guidelines for the CMP process. And so the performance measures that were analyzed in the CMP were safety performance measures, which included fatal and serious injury crashes and the crash rate. And for mobility, we included the level of service, delay of travel, and posted speed versus actual speed. For the reliability measure, we included planning time index, level of travel time reliability, and truck travel time reliability. And the other one was accessibility, for which we've used potential EV stations in the area and multimodal accessibility, which includes walk, walk-in bike access through to various destination spots. And I have a few series of maps which relate to the performance measures that I just mentioned. And to your left is the safety performance map, and to the right is the mobility performance map, the level of service. And so the green and red lines on the right is basically if the network passed or failed the LOS measure. And then some more maps. Left is your vehicle hours of delay, and right is the speed. If it's actually following the speed, or if it's more than the posted speed. And then we have reliability, which is PTI, and level of travel time reliability, and truck travel time reliability, and EV stations. So the map on the right is EV stations, which are both public and privately accessible. And finally, the last map, which is prioritization of corridors. Since we evaluated multiple matrices, we wanted to come up with the prioritization metrics, which assessed these matrices with percentages. So it gave us a set of segments, which are our prioritization segments for the CMP, and those segments are incorporated into our project prioritization tool and also into multiple other studies to see their effectiveness. And then next steps for the CMP. So there was a lot of traffic identified in our barrier islands. So as a result of that, the MPO initiated a new study called the Barrier Island Implementation Plan, which is an outcome of the CMP process. And then all the analysis and the recommendations from the CMP are incorporated into our LRTP and TIP processes. And then we continually monitor our CMP. It is like a 4-year update. And then for this process, we do a lot of coordination with our jurisdictions and FDOT on both developing the plan and also in its implementation phases.
If you could put the prioritization of corridors map back up there, I just wanted to point out a couple of things. First of all, we recognize the importance of Interstate 75 and 275 in our regional traffic network. And we did not worry about prioritizing segments of I-75 because that's handled by FDOT through their master planning process. And there are many, like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of projects underway in the I-75 corridor that will benefit the system. But if you take a look at this map and look at the worst congestion that came out of our analysis is in the corridor that's covered by the Bradenton Palmetto connector. This is an area that we have worked for over 20 years to try to get some additional capacity. It's really going to depend on the state to improve the, to add that capacity within this corridor. We've demonstrated over and over again the need, but it's a very challenging project, and it's going to cost money. It's not just a typical bridge replacement. Within that corridor, there is a bridge replacement that's underway, and there's also an additional PD&E related to the additional capacity need in the Bradenton Palmetto connector area, and getting traffic on and off the barrier islands. There is a seasonal factor there, and we have increasing congestion throughout our system. As you can see, that we don't have a huge network out east where a lot of the new growth is going to occur. So the challenge is going to be, jurisdictions wanting to, subsidize that growth with the funds versus putting it to some of the existing problems within the existing communities. So you'll hear more about the Bradenton Palmetto connector in years ahead. It remains a top priority for the MPO. We have funded some elements of the preliminary studies, but it would not be up to the MPO to fund the actual additional capacity. And we hope that it retains its position as a project of interest and project to fund from the department.
And with that, we'll let you ask any questions you might have. I know we're running a little behind.
We're good. I don't. Let me look. I don't think I have this.
I think you've already touched on it, but the only comment I had was that you said the CMT serves as a key tool for evaluating your performance. So how do you know you're doing well?
So we have a number of measures of effectiveness. And one of the things that Nick presented on earlier was our GeoHub, and something that we do consistently is collect data. I think there was 9 sources on our list. We've also used more beyond that as well. We use a number of different sources that help measure ongoing speed. That's something we work closely with the state on as well, making sure we understand what our average, daily traffic volumes look like, posted speed versus real speed. Reliability is a measure that we're stuck with and one we report on, but it's not one of the only ones that we use. A number of different metrics that we continually evaluate. While the CMP itself might be a longer term document that we update the entire document on maybe a 3 or 4 year basis, we evaluate the data annually. Also, one thing that we didn't mention earlier was that we were part of the development and assisted the state in the development of the source book. I was fortunate enough to present on that with the state to fully understand all the sources and data that are available that can be made useful through the DOT source book. And I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at that, but that's a very good resource that helps us. We want to consistently track if we're monitoring against that. I also mentioned earlier, and a project that Nick's working on is we're doing a safety countermeasures study that also is evaluating mobility. Basically saying once a project was built, we take the before and after date and evaluate if the mobility or safety in that region has improved. So we have consistent measures of effectiveness and ongoing monitoring to ensure that the items and the projects that we brought forward to the CMP are effective.
And in one way, I would say that the MPOs shouldn't be measured on whether the system is failing or not, because we don't operate or maintain or build any of the system. We are a facilitating agency and a planning entity that can help make our elected officials and the department aware of situations and conditions and solutions. So hopefully, just because there's congestion, they won't be blaming the MPO.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're very proactive with your follow up with your plan that you have in place. So that's great.
That's the idea.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, I don't have any further questions on the CMP.
Great.
Abby, did you have anything?
No, ma'am, I didn't have anything.
All right, on to the LRTP then.
The big one.
All right, so this is Nina Venture again, Senior Planner. I'll run through some slides, very high level, and then let us know if you have any follow-up questions. So we begin by developing our cost feasible plan by, of course, ensuring compliance with our federal regulations. And at a very high level, we start by developing revenue projections from local, state, and federal sources across the 5 years of the 25-year plan. Then by subtracting the cost of our prioritized projects and ensuring that the balance is greater than or equal to 0. Provided we have a balance that's greater than 0, we're able to develop some funding programs, which we'll talk about in just a moment. So in some greater detail, what we started with is develop those revenue forecasts by referencing the resources provided by FDOT on revenue projections, revenue and forecasts, and also working very closely with our local jurisdictions. So we did use a consultant to develop the projections who met with each of our local jurisdictions, specifically Manatee and Sarasota County as well, to make sure that we had the most accurate numbers from them as we determined what the local sources of revenue might be. So from there, we prioritize projects for the cost feasible plan. And those projects, we had a very extensive list of candidate projects that came from the 2045 cost feasible, from several planning studies that the MPO has completed over the last few years, as well as through input from the local jurisdictions. So we did some town tours earlier in the year to really talk about what the plans are for the next 25 years from the local perspective. So from that, we shorten that list, we prioritize them, and then develop project cost estimates. So those cost estimates either come from the work program, if they're in the work program, or they come from the priority applications that the jurisdictions submit every year. So earlier you asked about how do we sort of navigate the increasing cost issue. And one way in which we do that is more or less insist that the locals submit updated cost estimates for their priority projects every single year, knowing that these cost estimates are changing. So for projects that they had submitted for previously, we reference those applications for the most up-to-date cost estimates from them. And then for projects that have not been costed yet, we use the FDOT reference tool to develop some cost estimates as well. So from that, we'd subtract the costs from completed or programmed phases, allocate funding and prioritize order from the most appropriate available funding source. And then if we have anything remaining, once pipeline projects have been funded, we're able to develop some funding programs with the remaining revenue projections. So the revenue sources that we looked at are local, state, and federal. So at the local level, those are state and local distributed fuel taxes, infrastructure surtaxes, and impact fees. Then the MPO's SU and TA discretionary funds, and then state funding sources as well. When all is said and done, this is what our projections resulted in. What we expected to get from Manatee counties and Sarasota County and the state and federal sources. Really the key takeaways from this was that there's an approximate 50% decrease in state and federal funds relative to the 2045 forecast. And there are several different reasons for that. And that 50% of the state and federal revenues were allocated to the SIS system, and that about 50% of the local revenue is committed to debt service, O&M, and other infrastructure. So that's taken off the top of those numbers. So all in all, development of the cost feasible has been particularly strategic and in close coordination with our local partners as well. So the next few slides show what we have on the draft cost feasible plan now. So the one caveat is these are a draft. We actually just got some feedback from our TAC members on Monday and Tuesday, so this might change a little bit. But what we have right now is the first set is our pipeline projects. These are the projects that are in the existing work program and also other regional priorities that have been identified. So we have the costs and funding sources identified by phase in 5-year time bands over the 25-year plan. All in all, we have 21 projects across 7 project types, including ITS, complete streets, bike ped trails, roundabouts, and safety. So in the table on the right-hand side of your screen, that is the balance in each of those funding sources once these pipeline projects have been funded. And so what we were able to do is then use those remaining funds to develop funding programs. And this is sort of a collection of projects that have been prioritized by the MPO and our local partners that would be pursued for funding over the next 25 years and that we have funding allocated for. So we developed 6 funding programs, including bike ped and complete streets, intersection improvements, resiliency, capacity, safety, and artisanal projects. So this is just an overview of those funding programs, the total cost of those the projects in those programs, and then the revenue we can allocate to that. And this is just what we have in the draft list right now. So all in all, 21 bike ped projects, 11 intersection projects, 6 resiliency projects, 6 capacity, 29 safety projects, and 20 TISMO projects. And then this is what those funding programs look like once the remaining revenue has been allocated. So we've got SU distributed across various fund program types. And then all of our TA is going to our bike ped projects. From there, we also look at what the state revenue sources are going to. So TRIP is largely going to those capacity programs, projects, one intersection project as well. So that's kind of how we determine cost feasibility. And the timing is perfect because we just finished this exercise. And we'll be finalizing our draft in the next couple of weeks to go out for public comment. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I don't have any specific questions on what you presented. That was very helpful. And I'm guessing you will provide these slides.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You'll be sharing them. I had a question though about one of the responses. You mentioned that you identify priority projects that should go in the CFP, and then I looked on your online, and there was a tool called a web tool user guide, and it asks some questions. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you still use that? Because I thought those were really great questions.
Yeah. So the
Okay.
web tool is our online platform in which projects are scored by our jurisdiction. So the user guide, it just explains exactly how to go about using that. And yeah, it allows us to both use it automates the locational process. So wherever the project's located, we overlay our criteria for that, and then it asks a number of questions that are more subjective and not locationally based. So like, how wide is the sidewalk? If it's 8 to 10 feet, it gets 1 point. If it's over 12, it gets 2, things like that. So the tool allows us to effectively score each of our prioritized projects. Then they're brought to our priority list and then considered through this process. So all the projects that you see here were scored using that process.
Yeah, I thought that was it was really a good tool.
But it links all of the performance measured data with the objectives, and we think that it's a really good implementation of the planning process, performance-based planning process as it exists today in today's authorization, and we're pretty excited about it.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. So I know we talked a little bit about the STIP data. So is there any STIP data transfer between FDOT and the MPO to ensure that the TIP amendments are added without change to the STIP?
Correct. Yep. So the TIP amendment has to come through first, and that's something that Pam works closely with us on. We ensure that the TIP amendment goes to our board prior to formal adoption in the STIP. So we go through that almost. I would say every single meeting. We probably have amendments monthly, but we confirm them and are taking to the board on a quarterly basis when our meetings happen.
And do you look at you just look at the project?
Well,
right?
yeah, well, we ensure there's consistency though, correct? That's something we work closely with Pam and Wayne on to say, is this within the realm of our program? Is it a cost feasible project, or is that something that we're doing? Some of them are modifications, right? So some of them are state funding, things that the state wants us to be aware of. We make sure that's consistent with the STIP and the TIP. But if it's very closely, if it's money that's SU or TA or something that's direct discretionary to the MPO, we certainly ensure consistency with the long range plan and the TIP to make sure that those.
Do you confirm that the description is identical?
Correct.
Or do you just take what you get from FDOT and incorporate it?
We ensure they're identical on our end too as well.
But you don't really change anything once you.
No, we have to. If I have had changes, a good question that I've actually had to go back to Pam and request the description change.
Yes.
Okay.
So if I see it does not match the specific project, and we actually have one currently that we have ITS as part of a resurfacing effort that we had as a goes with project, we will request the description be updated to match that. We will not we can't go into DOT side and change the description ourselves, but we request that change.
Okay, that's good. That's what I need to know. Okay, on the fifth question on this topic, let's see. During the audit, FHW found one project that had inconsistencies between the LRTP STIP and TIP. And then further down, it says the MPO did not approve the use of the SU funding.
Yeah,
So the question
I can answer that one already for you. Yeah, we were
So did
supposed to- yeah, they're going back and removing it off of that project.
Okay, so to my understanding, FDOT added a project to the STIP without it being included in the TIP. Is that correct?
Correct. They, initially had moved a small amount. It was in the form of $100,000 of SU dollars onto a project where and that's what we just kind of spoke about, requesting that we update descriptions to match, because we do have a number of, we call it 3R projects down here, but projects that are undergoing resurfacing efforts that we work closely with the department to see if we can get safety improvements or ITS improvements on. That was not one in that case, but there are several others in the work program that are working on updating descriptions for that as well. So that project will be updated in the upcoming draft tentative work program. So that won't be an issue going forward.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had on that. Brandon, did you have any questions for transit topic?
Hey, yeah, I do. Not necessarily related to, okay, now we're going to transit. So yes, in regards to transit, yes, I do. So I guess I can go ahead on if it's okay with you guys and leave the transit section.
Sure.
Okay, awesome. So what I'll do is for a quick second, I'll turn my camera on just to show face, but I'm actually going to be typing and writing things down, so I won't be looking at the camera because the way my desk is set up. Um, but good morning. My name is Brandon Oliver. I am FTA Region 4 Community Planner. And so I'm looking forward to just basically just discussing transit to see where you guys stand with as far as anything that you'd like to, brag about, any, huge accomplishments in transit that you'd consider noteworthy. Now start off with that particular question. I'll turn my camera off just so I can type.
Sure, and we do have do we have a transit agency? Yeah, so we do have representatives from each of our transit agencies, and I'd like to let them speak first. Primarily, I can certainly say what the NPO is proud of ourselves, but we asked them to be here today as well, just to give an overview of some of their things that they're proud of, and give us a brief overview, just a few minutes on each. So I'm not sure who wants to go first because I can't see the screen, but
She's gonna pull them up so we can
Chris
see.
is there, Tamara and Seth.
okay, perfect. So
Just stop sharing.
yeah, for now, just so we can see them. Yeah, perfect. Hi, there's Tamara. I can see you.
Hello. Hi, good morning. So I'm Tamara Shells, transit planner with Breeze Transit, and I believe Seth Kling is here as well. I don't know if he'd like to introduce himself.
Good morning. My name is Seth Kling, and I manage the paratransit and our contracted services for the transit agency.
And we have Kristen Nunzis from Manatee County area.
Yeah, we'll okay first.
Oh, did you want to start with Breeze first and then?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Well, one thing I did want to share is our transit development plan that we are currently working on, and we will be taking to our board on August 26th. And one of the kind of particularly relevant sections of that plan is came about from the change in the rule, the Florida Administrative Code that governs the requirements for the TDP, and they really emphasized a more coordination between the transit agencies and the MPO, and kind of included that as a specific element or focus of TDPs that are to be submitted going forward. So we worked with the MPO in developing a coordination program plan, and basically that kind of highlights some of the existing coordination efforts that we currently undertake, as well as kind of identifying some future opportunities to enhance that coordination. So, currently we work with the MPO with our transportation disadvantaged program, assisting with the TDSP, the TD service plan updates, as well as efforts in the certification, the CTC certification. Also, there's number of regional coordination meetings that various members of our staff participate in. And we also have coordination through our planning studies. So this new coordination program that we will be undertaking kind of, solidifies or recognizes some of those efforts, but also allows for new opportunities with establishing some quarterly meetings where we can kind of discuss the progress, kind of document some of issues and future opportunities. And then that kind of gives us a chance to follow through on some of those discussions. Hopefully have a little bit more involvement in future planning studies that related to transit. And then also as kind of part of the TDP requirement, the annual progress reports. One of the new elements of that will be kind of an annual evaluation of how the coordination efforts are going between the transit agencies and the MPO. So that will give us an opportunity to kind of meet in a more formal setting and kind of review some of the successes or challenges or, future opportunities that we may have, and kind of document that through the annual progress reports for the TDP. So I kind of wanted to highlight that because that's something new that we've developed, and you may be seeing various degrees of those types of efforts among different transit agencies as more of them update their TDPs to reflect those new requirements. So that's kind of what I wanted to highlight. I can kind of turn it over to Seth if he would like to kind of mention some of the other efforts related to some of the on-demand services.
Sure. The one neat thing about our on-demand service, in 2021, we started an on-demand service to replace some of our fixed routes that were underperforming. And the growth on that has become almost unsustainable. You look at this and we're doing upwards of 30,000 trips a month, depending on the seasonality of it. This has gone from taking very few people that were riding the fixed route, and we've put them onto our on-demand routes or our on-demand service. And it continues to grow. It's been growing since 2021. The way to look at this in our mind is that we are providing more service to more people at a lower cost, essentially. But the other side of this is that when we have this, because this is a shared ride service, every shared ride is taking a vehicle off the road. It is also offsetting some carbon footprints. I just did some math yesterday on our Venice area, and in 2024, we took enough vehicles off the road to plant 2,000 trees just in the city of Venice alone. And then some other things to highlight are we've got some cross-county coordination with the on-demand service. With Manatee County, we coordinated with them. We have an interlocal agreement to do service in a section of their county. And then we also go into Charlotte County to our south, and we provide trips in an area there that is not serviced by their transit system. We expect this to continue to grow, and we're at an inflection point right now where we are going to take the software that is making this happen and bring it in-house so that we can control it a little bit more, and then have the services itself transferred out to try and gain some more of those efficiencies. we'll get those efficiencies by combining our paratransit and our on-demand services into a singular flagship service instead of having the customers try and get two different apps to remind and remember two different services. So I think that operationally is one of our biggest accomplishments.
Awesome. I guess it's my turn. This is Chris Dinantis with Manatee County Area Transit. I'm the transit planning manager. Tamara and Seth from the Breeze did a great job of describing coordination efforts with MPO that are similar to ours. One of the things that I'd like to highlight for MCAT is that we've exceeded 2 million passengers recently. We're on track to do that again this fiscal year. We've just kind of dipped our toes into providing on-demand service. This one that I'm about to describe is strictly for veterans. Veterans can use this service to access medical, dental, and to trips to pharmacies. It's free to the passengers, and it's completely funded by Manatee County. We also began to provide ferry service from Bradenton out to Anna Maria Island. So those are the things I'd like to highlight, and I'll turn it back over to y'all, and if you have any questions. Thanks so very much. So I did have a few questions. I kind of want to go back to the bylaws. I did want to know, who is the transit representative on the MPO board?
The transit agencies which are the two counties, are represented by their three, for each county board members, and they are specifically asked to represent the transit agencies.
Okay, can you elaborate on that just a tad bit more?
Sure. So our elected officials, so our three commissioners from each that represent themselves on the MPO board, are the direct representatives for their transit agencies. So these are not like standalone like transit authorities. These are branches within county government. So their elected officials represent themselves on their MPO board. So the total of 6, 3 from each county. That makes sense.
And so is that why the bylaws do not have a specific transit rep identified?
Correct. Yes, they're appointed on our board specifically. It can rotate annually as well, or actually whenever they can determine to step down. So yes, we don't have one specific representative from that. It would be as the members are appointed by their representative commissioners. So like Manatee County Commission sets up 3 members to be sent to the MPO board. They would represent their agency internally as well. So,
and I think our bylaws do say that the transit agencies are represented by the county, county commissioners.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Maybe in an update we left that language out, but that should be in there.
Mm-hmm. So within the bylaws, and so what I was getting at with it, it specifically doesn't, and that's why I was a tad bit confused, because it doesn't specifically identify a particular transit rep. Instead, of course, it gives a breakdown, I guess, of the 3 commissioners who are direct representatives of the board.
For each county. So there's actually 6 representing those 2 agencies.
Both transit agencies in both counties are departments of the county. They're not authorities. I'm not sure if that's where the confusion is coming from.
Right. And
so they are represented by their board.
Maybe it was in our apportionment plan where it was spelled out specifically, because we did not want to have other than from the airport, which is those representatives are appointed by the governor, and they're designated by their board. We have 1 member who's not elected. Every other member of our governing board is elected, and the 3 from each county specifically are tasked to represent their transit agencies along with the rest of their jurisdiction. And that was this when that rule came into being, there was a lot of discussion about this. And my understanding was that it was ended up being resolved that if it's not as independent, separate transit authority, then the elected officials who oversee the transit agency can represent the transit agency.
Got it. So how does the MPO ensure that transit to the degree has a say so or vote, a weighted vote, unweighted vote in transit issues?
So we have, once again, I don't know if you missed it earlier, but we have both transit agencies are represented on our technical advisory committee. They are given a vote to represent their agency, as well as, mentioned by both of our, partners at Breeze and MCAT. They have input on our budgetary process. They have input on our planning studies. And we're encouraged to give them, a vote on each of those items as they come up. So they are very active participants, I will say that, and we're glad to have them on our committees. They represent their agencies very well, and they do ask great questions of us and the MPO to make sure that we're aligning our efforts here at the MPO with their TDPs, with their TDSPs, and making sure that our agency's priorities are in line.
Right, and other than the funding for the TIP and the STIP and the LRTP projects, the MPO doesn't operate any transit agencies, so the days that we would have a specific vote on a transit issue are rare. And when we do, though, those three representatives from each county that oversee their transit agencies are very involved, and they, we had a controversial issue not too long ago where the split of funds coming to the region came up, and a 40-year-old agreement that was, had been in place for a long time that provided for a 50-50 split of 5307 funds, I believe it was, or maybe it was 5310 funds, or maybe both, was proposed to be updated to reflect the population basis for the funds coming into the area. And that came to the MPO board, and the MPO board determined not to take action at that meeting. And it went back to the two counties and their transit agencies to work it out. And they did that. And that new agreement, I believe, is all in place and adopted now with a system for moving to the new formula over a period of time. So certainly transit, the transit agencies have a seat at the table and a vote through those 6 representatives and commissioners, and that's worked well for our region. And then on our technical advisory committee, we have a special part of our meeting dedicated to the public transportation task force, a minimum of 4 times a year, once each quarter, that where transit as a topic is talked about. And if so I don't know if the state could weigh in. Donna, do you have any update on how this discussion evolved? I know that was, years ago. And I understand exactly what you're asking about, Brandon, because there was a regulation where it said transit must be represented on an MPO, and transit authorities, if we had an independent authority, then they'd have a seat.
Dave, I do not have any thoughts or anything to add as to how it started, because that was before my time. But what I do know is that as a state agency, we review the UPWPs. We look at the board makeup. We just looked at this because of the apportionment plans that we saw that were completed for each of our 27 MPOs to make sure that they are all following state statute and Florida law. Florida law does state that public transit agencies are to be part of I'm sorry, that the MPOs are to have agreements with those public transit agencies. So we work with all of our MPOs closely to make sure that they are adhering to state and federal law in reference to the transit agencies, so that they do have a voice and are represented in our MPOs.
Gotcha. So just to ensure, so there is a MOU or MOA currently in place between the transit agency and the MPO?
If
Well,
there's,
yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we have the ICAR agreements, the coordination agreements in place. And the formation of the MPO involves the overseeing agencies of the transit agencies as well.
Okay. So of course, thank you guys for, taking time to actually explain it. So ultimately what I was just trying to, understand is because most MPOs have a designated transit representative, but I'm not certain of the history of Sarasota slash Manatee on how it became, the three designated recipients that I guess would vote for transit to my knowledge.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just not tracking. We don't, like I said, we don't have an authority. There are departments within counties. They are then sent to the MPO board to represent their county commission. They are
including
transit, correct. So they are responsible for all transit decision-making processes at the MPO board, those three elected officials.
They're the same people that are
Representative.
that make the decisions on from the transit agency on the county side.
Yeah. So I guess we can dig into that a little further. I don't know Wayne if you want anything else, but
if you don't mind me just interjecting on this one, obviously this is an NPO question specifically, but in a prior life, I did work with a transit agency in Lee County. This same issue came up in some of our discussions. The issue that as it was addressed at that time is even if you brought in transit representation, they have their boss sitting on the board at that point, which created an issue that some of the other entities were bringing up. Did you just give a county dual votes for any related issue? And it was determined at that point that the county elected officials that already have the responsibility of looking over those departments would be responding in kind for those departments.
Gotcha. Thanks for providing that clarification. Um, I did want to move on to ask, as far as transit specific committees, if there are any specific transit committees, and then, if so, how did the committee come to be and how long has it existed?
So we do have, and this was briefly mentioned earlier as well and discussed, was our public transportation task force. It's been a standalone, it was a standalone item for probably the last 15 years, and was recently moved as well. I think it was about 2 years ago now, was moved into the beginning part of our board meeting. It's made up now of all the representatives on the board and is brought to you by the members that are here with you today, speaking on behalf of their agencies. They provide quarterly updates related to ridership, new programs, expansion of service, et cetera, at our board meetings. 30 minutes, the first 30 minutes of our board meetings each quarter are taken up by our public transportation task force meetings. Originally, it was made up of the chair and vice chair representatives and was done separately, but to ensure more feedback and more cooperation and inclusion into the meeting, it was brought in front of our entire board. And we think it's been a very successful effort up to this point. I think everyone likes to be able to get these conversation topics out there and be able to discuss future projects, as well as, Dave mentioned some funding issues and other things like that. It gave us a good method to discuss those items and then potentially create resolution on some of those things. So it's been a very successful effort. It's been recognized statewide as a valuable tool of creating consistency and cooperation between the MPO and the transit agencies.
Awesome. Okay. Let's see.
Cutter did a study. Cutter is the Center for Urban Transportation Research based out of the University of South Florida. And they did a study for FDOT and the MPOs in 2019 related to, MPO and transit agency planning coordination. And I believe it touched on this issue of the requirement for transit agency representative on MPO boards. And but I'm not reading the whole thing on my phone to see if it references any approval by FTA nationally that resolved this conflict between having an appointed official having a vote on the same body that their boss or bosses sit on, which was why it ended up getting resolved where if it's not an independent transit agency, then the representation by the county commissioners or county elected officials would suffice. And that's been quite a while when that discussion took place, but it the MPOs that have independent transit authorities, they do have a separate seat.
Okay. Let's see. Thanks so much for providing that explanation. I did want to move into the performance measures, if that's okay. And so the performance measures webpage, it has good visuals and summaries, but it appears that transit is missing from the discussion. There is one small mention of connection to the bus stop within the livability measure. However, no transit performance measures are discussed.
So what's the question?
I just wanted to put that out there. And so, just as a, note that, is there going to be some type of,
performance measures page?
Okay. Well, I would say that's worth the discussion. And I think ultimately our transit lines do benefit from, the same improvements that we make across the board. We fully understand that, transit is a vital piece of our discussion and our performance metrics. We're actually working on developing, continuing in our upcoming long range transportation plan, more standalone transit section, and evaluation of our criteria post adoption of the 2050 LRTP. So we take that and that's noted. But I will say we do evaluate all of our criteria on an annual basis, and we'd be happy to take a look at that as well.
Yeah, having links to the material that gets presented at the quarterly meetings when the ridership data is presented in the reports from the transit agencies, those do show up on our website under, and then I guess that's sort of a performance measure or a performance indicator, and those would show up in our minutes and our board presentation records that show up on our website, but they aren't linked to from the performance measures page. So that gives us an area that we could take a look at and perhaps create those linkages so that the performance measure page does link to transit performance indicators, and also perhaps even link directly to the transit agencies pages that relate to their performance.
And we also do in TIP, we'd also do and work closely with the agencies on transit, asset management and our TAM targets. Those are updated annually in our TIP as well. So we do track with the agencies all their TAM targets too.
Yeah, we're not opposed to adding those links and creating a greater connection. I think that's a good idea.
Gotcha. So is it safe to say that the MPO has noted this and the maybe in the future that there will be a standalone transit section?
I would say yes. Sure, we would note that we would improve that the access to the information that's elsewhere on the website and to the transit agencies. We have links to the transit agencies, but those aren't on the performance measure website either. The performance measure website was kind of geared specifically to addressing the mandated performance measure reporting requirements. And the transit reporting requirements are separate.
Yeah, and I think this is a good opportunity as well, as Tamara mentioned in her presentation regarding the new state law related to coordination between MPOs and transit agencies, and will provide us an opportunity to discuss those things, with our coordination plan. It's a great time to evaluate and make sure that we're both, fully on board with how we cooperate between our LRTP and our TDP. And certainly look at how we could evaluate projects and creating a performance metric for transit.
Awesome. I did want to give kudos. The tip does include TAM and PTAS when I did review that. Um, now, one other thing is within the MTP, I wanted to kind of go back to the to that. What are transit projects listed in within the MTP? I did see the cost feasibility map. Um, uh, whereas I would say it was at the end of the page on a link that I have here regarding the LRTP that I can put in the chat. But it did not contain any individually identified transit projects.
Transit projects are identified during the project priority process and are coordinated closely with both of those agencies. We do have several standalone projects in our project priorities related to transit, and is one that we're working on now as well with the 2050 LRTP update to have standalone transit efforts within the long range plan. So that's something that we are aware that needs to probably be continually drawn out of the process, but we do work closely with the agencies to make sure that those things are identified. And if there is improvements that they'd like to identify, like capital, transit stops, operational efforts, we want to incorporate those into our upcoming long range plan as well.
Got
Yeah,
it.
I'm not sure what the LRTP requirements are related to, the transit revenue projections and expenditure projections. That's a good question. Anybody know the answer?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I was typing.
Oh, well, what are the LRTP requirements related to transit, related revenue projections and, cost projections? You know, that's not something that I've seen before.
Yeah, I'm not certain if it's in within the CFR regarding, revenue projections and cost projections, regarding that. Um,
I mean,
some
certainly an anecdotal reference in the note in that section might be, we could probably incorporate some language like that. That's
specifically mention those projects, but it's not one that has yet historically been identified as a revenue source within the LRTP, and not one that we're typically required to, specifically highlight transit improvements based off of revenue projections.
Yeah, it's a good observation.
Awesome. Now, I did want to give my Federal Highway colleagues a chance to chime in if there are any questions that they may have.
Hi, Brandon. I do not have any related to transit. I have some follow-up questions on another topic, but none for transit. Thank you.
Awesome. Um, I did have about three more questions regarding page 7 of chapter 12, long range transportation plan. It includes a pot of funds for bicycle, pedestrian, and trans connection projects for $25 million for the transportation alternatives in urban areas. It's unclear if these are just, first last mile connection projects or if other transit projects are included in this pot.
It'd be all projects
It's
related
all
to
projects?
transit.
Okay.
Yes.
All projects. Now, are there really no major transit projects in the region, of this size?
Which types of projects?
As far as the Mhm.
Capital, operational?
Yeah, so because I was kind of confused. I was like, $25 million seems kind of low, but I wasn't certain,
Once again, that's for NPO funding, not
Okay,
for all 53.7, 5307, 5310. That's for just NPO
just
SU
for
dollars and TA dollars.
perfect.
So that's not for everything. No.
Okay, thanks so much for that. Uh, so, I guess I can go past that one. I did want to know regarding the sub-allocation process. Does the current sub-allocated process selection for STBG CMAC allow for the transit agencies to compete for flex funding? How often do the transit agencies apply for these types of funding, and have they experienced any barriers or challenges when applying for these funds?
I would ask the transit agencies if they had any comment on that as well.
Yes.
They would be the ones.
Yeah, that's up to their governing jurisdiction, and I don't think we have funded operations and some buses.
Yes, we funded, I mean, in the TIP and STIP, and we've noted that in LRTPU is, you know, as Dave mentioned anecdotally, as well as there has been requests and grant approvals for capital improvements, expansion of operations we've done. We just did a TIP amendment for that as well. But yeah, CMAQ, did you mention CMAQ as well? We don't.
Yes.
We're not an attainment area, so we don't qualify for CMAQ funds. So if the transit agencies are applying for separate grants, I would ask them to kind of fill in any other details they might have on that front.
Got it. So what role does the MPO play in supporting the transit agencies in applying for discretionary grants such as letters of support, providing data for information for applications?
We're happy to do so. I think we write a lot of letters of support on an annual basis, and we do try to. I think it'll be a good part of this TDP collaboration as well as is identifying other means of funding. Right, I think that was a big part of the last authorization and infrastructure bill was discretionary programs that could benefit us. We work closely with our partner agencies, you know, on public works side, but also would look for opportunities to work with our transit agencies to identify additional grant opportunities. Whether it's capital operations or even on the ground, right? Bus stops, transit shelters, things like that. We would happy to work with and continue to work with our agencies to identify those opportunities.
And this is Chris DeNutis with MCAT, and MPO just provided us a letter of support. We applied for FTA discretionary grant for bus replacement just a couple months ago, and they provided us a letter of support, which I didn't have a chance to thank them, so I'm doing it now. Thank you all very much.
Not a problem.
Awesome. Seems like you guys have a great working relationship. Last but not least, regarding the planning efforts, can you describe planning efforts to facilitate first last mile connectivity with the transit agencies? Are there any efforts to coordinate in or prioritize multimodal walkability improvements in key transit corridors?
Yes, so our active transportation plan was our movement from that about 5 or 6 years ago now. We did have a standalone bike ped plan. We moved to active transportation as a basis for that to identify those connections. So we have created a vision network within our active transportation plan that identified opportunities for investment for bike ped transit connections along many of our major corridors. There's overlays in that study as well that show existing and current transit lines and how it interacts with our bike ped trail system. So we have given great thought to that. We also work with the state closely on Sun Trail efforts and other state funded programs to identify greater opportunity to fund those types of projects, specifically in our urbanized areas, downtown areas where we do have trolley systems, micro transit, and other opportunities. We really do try to draw out opportunities to grow that and find funding mechanisms to do that. I think grants are a good way to go about it, but first, last mile is certainly a priority for us in our downtown and urbanized areas.
Yeah, and not in the last a little bit, but previously the MPO funded studies related to both park and ride and water taxi service, water ferries, where there would be connectivity to transit. We've had ongoing discussions with both the transit agencies, one of which is on the verge of operating a water taxi service in Manatee County about the connectivity to the rest of the transit system and other modes. So I would say that you know, throughout our planning process, our discussions of that connectivity. Nina, did you?
I just wanted to add something additionally. Yeah, also in not necessarily first mile, last mile, but in 2021, we completed a transit choices study. And out of that, the MPO developed a concept of operations for transit signal priority on Route 99, which is one of the highest ridership routes in the two-county area, and also a route shared by both MCAT and Breeze. And so that was in the work program. The pilot is now underway. So that was an exciting development for transit. Additionally, as Dave mentioned, Manatee County is working on water taxi. It's operational. There's been regional discussion around also exploring other transit options. Breeze did submit a priority application request for a study on water taxis. And so we have programmed a regional transit study in the UPWP to be kicked off later this year as well. So I think that's will help us all further, coordinate planning efforts with the transit agencies as well.
Perfect. I believe that is all the questions that I have. Oh, one more question. Um, I wanted to go back. How is transit involved in the land use discussions in the region? Any transit-oriented development efforts slash plans?
So in our urbanized areas, I think that is a general, that's a good question. Our urbanized areas, I'd say certainly yes. In areas where we have higher density, downtown Bradenton, downtown Sarasota, certainly. I still think in a region like ours where we're seeing, massive expansion, and for us, it's our eastern boundary. It's a struggle, quite frankly, for our transit agencies to keep up with growth. The resources probably aren't there they would need to be able to effectively cover all the ground where we're seeing growth, right? I think that is a challenge. Certainly in our urbanized areas, where we're doing a very good job in downtown Sarasota, we wouldn't recognize from 10 years ago to now, due to high levels of density and supporting services like trolleys out to the island communities and the major hubs in our urbanized areas downtown. Transit is successful and highly used. Where it gets more complicated is in our eastern regions and where we have a lot more suburban type growth. It certainly is a challenge to be able to promote transit growth and even have the resources to be able to deal with that level of expansion, because you're talking, no longer mile to mile connections, it's 10-mile to 10-mile connections. So that's something we're going to continue to work with our agencies on and see what we can do to better coordinate land use in transit service.
It's a challenge, but it is something that does come up. And the transit agencies are at the tables when, comprehensive plans and transportation elements are developed within their jurisdiction. And as the MPO develops its long-range plan and undertakes these various studies, some of which get quite specific as to, even which side of an intersection a bus stop should be. The signal prioritization analysis brought up some questions like that again are operational decisions for the transit agencies. So the MPO might raise a question but not provide an answer for some of those types of situations. But the discussion occurs regularly and frequently. But land use, when it's mostly sprawl development, is going to be a challenge to add additional transit service. What we've seen is that the maximizing the efficiency of the current operations is something that both transit agencies have focused on, and they regularly make adjustments to some of that service to try to keep it matching up with the land uses and the available dollars.
Awesome.
Maybe they'd like to say something. I don't know.
You guys want to add?
Neither the MPO nor the transit agencies make land use decisions, but we are part of the discussions.
Sounds good. I did want to say I do appreciate Sarasota and Manatee working together and to apply for various capital and operating grants. I work primarily with Dina and Edric, and so for the most part, we do a great job in ensuring that you guys have the dollars needed to continue transit within the area. I did want to say, as far as the urban sprawl, that's I guess a common issue within all transit agencies. The more dense the area is, the denser the area is, the better the transit options, and the agency is able to kind of, work with it. But of course, the more suburban areas, most transit agencies do face the same challenge of, increasing ridership within those more suburban areas. So, thank you guys so much for providing those explanations and answers to all of my questions. I have no further questions.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. I had a couple of follow-ups from earlier. You guys talked really high level about the Geo Hub and the online tip program. So I was just wondering if there were any links or plans between these two platforms, such as adding a layer to the Geo Hub for the online tip tool data. Is that something that could benefit the public with seeing projects, or have you ever thought of anything such as that? I think that both of those are really great sets that you have, and I'm just wondering if there's any way to blend the two together.
Yeah, we can definitely mirror it on either end, because you can, on the interactive tab, you can export it as a shape file, and yeah, we could certainly mirror it.
We've talked about it, and it's kind of a work in progress. We want to make sure that they work optimally independently first.
Okay.
But we have talked about the idea of linking other layers, so to speak.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and you can, as Nick said, you can currently download a shapefile from Eco Interactive in our interactive tip. Certainly, we can put it on the GeoHub side as well. So, yep.
Okay. I'm gonna go out there and check it out.
Great.
Okay, and then in your some of your responses of things that you were proud of, you mentioned that the Destination Zero Advisory Group.
Yeah.
Have you had any outcomes or projects come about from that group?
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty much just discussion at this point.
Nina, do you want to go? Or do you want to go first? Okay. Well, so we've had a number of outcomes from that, and one being, and Nina's worked really in depth on this, is identifying next steps of what, creating an action plan is great, but having the group focus on a specific item within that action plan was more important, and education was one where we started. Creating education campaigns, creating these videos, but also working closely with the department. And, I don't know how much they know about the CTST, but our community traffic safety team is a FDOT MPO joint effort that we host here monthly that gets really down into the, nitty-gritty details of specific projects. So while some of these might be overarching concepts in an action plan, the CTST looks at actionable problems that can be addressed say in the current year. So a lot of the direction we take out of our larger, more generalized regional groups the NPO does leads to specific projects and improvements on a more localized level. So that is wanting to translate some of our bigger concept, because obviously creating an action plan creates a directive in an order in which you want to follow, but it can be difficult to specifically pinpoint what you're trying to improve. So that's one of the goals. And then also working with our law enforcement agencies. We hear a lot, Nina and I have met with county sheriff representatives, city police, and them having enough resources available to them has certainly been a topic of conversation. Some of our counties have, what was the number? I think it was 10. They have 10 total traffic unit cops out at any given time in Manatee County for a population of over 500,000 people. And millions of visitors annually. That's not nearly enough to be able to ensure a safe environment. So working closely with our enforcement agencies, I think, is another major next step. And also thinking about speed management within the region. COVID really drew out some eye-watering statistics when it came to when the roads were open, how fast people were traveling. We weren't having as many crashes, but we were having just as many fatalities, and that had a lot to do with speed. So we did work with the department as well on US 41 to evaluate signal timing changes to address speed, and that has been very successful in reducing overall speed in the corridor, especially late at night, past 1 a.m. We had people doing 3 times the speed limit in some places that were resulting in devastating either head-on collisions with things off the road or T-bone collisions. And some of those timing changes just interrupt breaks. Not too many green lights in a row in the middle of the night can certainly be a good thing. So there's a lot of initiatives that we want to take out of our safety efforts going forward, but those are just a few that we really want to highlight the next year or so.
And to add to that, yeah, earlier, Nick had talked about our refined high injury network. And as a part of that and in developing the LRTP, we wanted to define specific projects on those high HIN segments that could really tackle the safety issues that are unique to that area. So we did pretty intensive, data analysis to see what are the crash types and really what are the issues. So related to the Destination Zero Advisory Group, at our next meeting, we will be workshopping the projects that came out of that process. And so the goal is that in workshopping those high injury projects, it will strengthen a project priority application that they will submit in this upcoming cycle, and hopefully submit an application that will really target the root cause of the safety issue there. And then also for local purposes, if there are more local roads, they can take that workshop information back and hopefully start catering some improvements at the more local level. So at the next meeting, we'll be workshopping those specific projects.
Thank you. And then you mentioned that that the MPO implemented a small social media campaign focused on Destination Zero. Is there a link to that campaign that you could send me?
It'll be present on our social media, but what we'll do is maybe we'll send you the posts that we
That
so
would be great.
Yeah, but really what we did was we took the data out of our most recent crash assessment and we developed a series of social media posts just to help folks understand what we're seeing in the crash data, where the hotspots are, what the crash types are, in order to start informing some behavioral change. So the goal is that by improving understanding of what's happening with crashes and roadway issues, that information might start informing behavioral change as well. So we're happy to do that.
All right, thank you. And then mentioned that you've engaged in the services of City and Crash, which is a web-based platform that uses the Signal 4 analytics for development of public-facing dashboards. And are those there? It says they're underway. Just do you have any idea what the time frame is for those to be up and live, running?
So right now we are we had to work with Cidian to sort of verify the data. So we were kind of working closely with them to make sure that the data they were pulling from Signal 4 was reliable. So we have gone through that process now with them and are developing some of the dashboards. But otherwise, the tool has been very useful internally as well. So for example, on safety issues that are brought up at the community traffic safety team, we're able to use Cidian to get a very close-up look of what's happening at those locations. So the public-facing dashboards are, yes, underway and required some close coordination with Cidian, but otherwise has also been a very useful tool internally for staff.
So do you think maybe within a year that the public-facing dashboards will be up?
Within a few months, yeah.
Within a couple months.
Few months. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and I don't have any other questions, so we can move on to technical assistance and training. Did you have any future needs that you wanted to bring up?
Anybody on our side? Well, go ahead, Nina.
Well, no, go first. It's okay.
Oh, you want me to go first? Mine's not really an assistance or training. I think mine's more of a general comment and not something that you all can probably control, but direction, I think, from Federal Highway would be helpful in generally speaking, right? I think as an MPO, we're on boots on the ground, right, for a lot of what is done at the federal level. And without clear and consistent direction, it's challenging, right? And I think that's something that we want to work with. I mean, we work really, really well with the department. We speak, I would say, if not weekly, daily in some cases. And we have great partners in the state that we get a lot done, but at times it can be challenging to have clear and concise direction and order from the federal side.
But no particular topic, just in general?
Well, I would say the main one, go ahead, if you want to add one.
Well, data analytics is something that we have focused on, and we value it. We want to be able to continue to utilize the best available tools and resources and data to improve the system, and not just to do more studies for the sake of the studies, but to refine our priorities, to better implement the existing plans, and help with our project selection so that we are funding projects that help meet the state and national interests as well as our regional goals and objectives. So we understand that in the next authorization there could be changes in some of the emphasis. We'll take all the bridges we can get, right?
But for us, I think also like grant programs, right? I think there's like what is passed in the build infrastructure bylaw, right? It is different than what is coming out as directive now. While that's not something that you all can handle internally at Federal Highway, it makes it challenging to say who locally, we have local agencies coming to us asking, is this even worth applying for, right? And I think it's just as challenging for the NPO to go out and say, well, yes, federal law still states this, that if a order or an operation within Federal Highway or US DOT says otherwise. They're conflicting at times, and I think that makes it challenging for the NPO to do its job at points. But that's just more of a general comment. I know that's nothing that can be handled at this level of a conversation. It's one that I think we talk about at the NPOAC level, and I know Amanda's still here, and I think it's one that how do we deal with changing requirements within the federal law versus what's actually written in law versus what maybe an order says.
We're very interested in continuing to participate in incorporating asset management into our planning process and into our prioritization process. So safety culture is another area that we've worked with US DOT teams on, and trying to accept and make use of training that's been made available. The incorporation of technology is huge, and that's one of the things it's one of the only ways that we're going to be able to afford to make big changes in things like safety. And it might, if we were a place where rail crossings were and crashes at rail crossings were big, then we'd be looking at some of the latest technology, sensors and warning systems for that. I think that we're going to see opportunities come about soon, as the department at the national level staffs up, so to speak. Some of the appointments are coming into being, and we'd be happy to work with, as we have with the state, on pilot projects, on demonstrations, on taking advantage of training that becomes available.
To touch a little bit on, I guess, future needs and a little bit on the training part of it. I believe that going back to the grants, it's also on the financial guidance and stuff like that as a new bill comes out. And for trainings, trainings outside of the planning side would be beneficial for the financial side of it. I guess a big one that there's hardly any training around is DBEs. You hardly find any DBEs or even guidelines and guidance as far as what are we supposed to be doing with DBEs. So I would put that one out there for maybe future trainings and future needs. Is think about outside of the NPO planning process. The NPO as an organization as a whole, when it comes to, again, financials, DBEs, grants, items like that, and we have contractuals, procurements, all those more administrative trainings. I believe.
And we have really good resources in Florida, both through the NPOAC and through FDOT. And working with Federal Highway, we have this the FMPP meetings. And those have been called different things over the years, collaboration and partnerships, and they've been very good venues and mechanisms for providing some of that training that everybody needs, grant management, compliance issues, preventative types of things. I don't know if Mike got recognized earlier, but he's been very helpful, as has Amanda and her predecessors, in providing, ways for MPOs to stay up on the latest compliance. And it's interesting, I want to go back to Brandon's question about, representation of transit agencies on MPO boards. It came out of MAP 21, and I came across a 2012 document where there were discussions about, well, let's see what the guidance says about how we implement this. And, the requirement was for major modes to be represented, but it didn't mean, every mode or every operator would be represented. And so that was early in the discussion, and over a couple of years, it was, determined that what some of us were doing was okay. And I think at one point we did specify that the entities that operate transit are representing transit, and we may look at that, putting some language in there to make that very clear. That wouldn't be a bad thing. So at any rate, I think MPOs are one of the few processes whereby we can gather our local jurisdictions for a region. In our case, because we have 2 counties, we have, I think there's a total of maybe 11 cities, or is it more? Jurisdictions? Yeah, we have 11 jurisdictions. We have but the ITPO represents 3. So that we look farther out into the future than most processes do. The state transportation plan is at a higher level, and it doesn't get specific about the projects. And when we ask FDOT, well, can you tell us what projects you're going to fund in the next 20 years so we can put it in our LRTP? Of course they can't, and they're subject to an annual appropriation. And, we're working on, well, we want to have stability, and we want to look forward and do valid projections of not just what's going to happen, but how are we going to respond from a transportation systems standpoint. And I think there is a huge high value to this process, and I hope that continues to be recognized.
I have one more to add to the list, if I may. So this is just as it pertains to, as the MPOs look at the work program and as we're maintaining our TIP. I remember a few months ago, I couldn't tell you when, I think FDOT announced that they were doing sort of a work program training. And I remember thinking, gosh, I would love to be a fly on the wall for that training or workshop. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to sort of have an MPO specific training or incorporate a piece on that to give us some insight into the work program. And then also just ties into the TIP. I think that baseline understanding of the process and how that operates would be really beneficial as we're tracking projects and amending the TIP and trying to program projects and so forth.
Yeah, and I've said this publicly before, it related to what Nina just said, providing some training to the work program staff regarding, this small little part of their overall work of funding the whole work program, and a portion of which is federal funds and a portion of which relates to the MPOs. I think having some training in that area for them would be helpful if the districts were willing to take that training. It would be helpful to MPOs.
All right. Well, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Dave. Hi, this is Mike Neidhart, Office of Policy Planning. I just wanted to let you be aware that on our MPO partner site, we do have a tab that that the MPOs and district staff can click on to request training.
Great, yes, and the department offers lots of training in a lot of areas, from emergency management to the things that Mike's now referring to, you know, work program instructions and the stuff that Nina wanted to be interested in. So we appreciate that, and I think that, you know, a Federal Highway can continue to support, to collaborate in these training activities. That'll be good all the way.
Okay. Well, thank you for the feedback.
I have one question if you
Oh
don't mind.
yes,
And it has
yes.
to do with the LEP plans and safety. Are there safety videos also available in Spanish as well? Was that part of you guys' LEP plan? Because I know you guys that said the surveys are also in Spanish and you'll have done interviews in Spanish with the radio.
Not yet.
Not yet. So we just published our second one yesterday, and we're talking about sort of accessibility and improving outreach. We're just, you know, accessibility. So
We need training for David to ride the bicycle.
I gotta ride the bicycle, drive the car across
The street and right in.
No, but that's a good, we'll consider that, for, as we go forward. I mean, that's something that we don't get a lot of requests for translations.
But it's in our
Yeah.
LIP, we have 7 days to respond with a full translation, so.
Right.
That is documented in there.
But to do some videos, you know, we have done some outreach where we focused on some foreign languages, and we'll continue to, you know, try to develop those types of tools when we can do so cost effectively.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anything else the MPO would like to share?
No,
That we have not discussed?
I think we're good.
Okay. Everybody's hungry, probably.
Yes.
So if you guys could give us until 12:30, I know we're off schedule,
Sure.
and get back together, and then we'll release you for official lunch.
Alrighty. So
Okay,
you want to
great.
get
Thank
back
you.
together at 12:30?
12:30. Yes.
Okay.
All right. See you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. I'm gonna give Abby just a minute to get back on.
She's here.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay. All right, is everyone in the room? No, I don't see David.
Yeah, I'll get it. He just stepped out.
Yeah, we're here.
Hey, we're all here.
Okay, great. Welcome back. Um, first I want to just appreciate today's discussion. It was good discussion, and I appreciate the MPO's time. And just want to go over just a few comments just to kind of wrap up the day. And I think Abby has a few things, and Brandon to highlight. So with y'all's exceptional growth that you're experiencing, I think it's going to be very important to stay focused on your community's transportation needs, as you know. And I think you guys are really you're being hands-on, proactive with that. And I appreciate that you incorporated the PTTF into your board meetings. I think that shows some really good collaboration efforts. And for economic growth, since the airport is such a fast growing airport, you may want to consider some multimodal options there. I don't, I probably won't put that in the report, but I just wanted to highlight that, bring it up. I think you're aware of your rising material costs, and you understand the importance of keeping an eye on those projections in your projects. And I appreciate you revamped the web page, including the roundabout info page. I think that was really great for educational resources, and it's going to help with transparency and community outreach videos. I really think those are great for highlighting the MPOs, all of the good things you're doing. And again, we talked a little bit about you may want to consider exploring that link between the GeoHub and your online tip data for project highlights of transparency. So all in all, that is all that I have for some feedback comments. Abby, did you have anything to add?
I did. One thing I really did like was the ADA accessibility information page, planning for an accessible future. This is a great addition to your website. And I also like the LEP efforts with the Spanish surveys and the interview in the Spanish radio is great effort and a great way to integrate the community.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Brandon, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I just had one thing, and so that was regarding the collaboration between the MPO as well as the transit agencies. I think that that is phenomenal that you guys assist the transit agencies with providing any letters of support, any necessary documentations for the both Sarasota and Manatee to complete their grant applications for funding. Now, I did just want to say that I think it would be beneficial as far as we discussed before, just to have just some type of wording within the I guess the bylaws regarding the MPO board makeup. Other than that, that's all that I have. And I'll turn it back over to you, Dana.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. So our next step in this process is to get back together at 3:45 to set up for the public meeting. And it's from 4 to 5. So what we've done virtually for these in the past is we typically will get, I don't know if you're expecting a lot of response, but generally we will get 15-20 minutes worth in the beginning, and then it sort of tapers off, but we do have to stay on the call until 5 o'clock to adjourn it at 5. So we'll see you guys back at 3:45 and enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Maybe we can show them our safety videos then, or some of the other stuff that, relating to the LRTP.
That would make it interesting to the